Hi. Good evening, everybody. Hello. Hi. Hello. 137 wave. Hello. Hi. Hi, everybody. Good evening. Hi. Whoa. Oh my god, it's the mediocre video games. Oh my goodness. Hello, everybody. How are you guys? How's everything sound? Good? Everything good? Hi. Hello. Hello. Congrats on first Arhapis. Hi, Mady. Hi, Bri. Hi, Jay. And thank you for the self-care medic. Hello. Hi. A calm summer night. Hell yeah. We love that. We love that. How's everybody doing? Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. We're chilling today. We're vibing. The twerping could be quieter, I suppose. Okay. I can turn down the twerping. Oh, I gotta wait. Gotta wait for it to restart. The twerping. How's that? Did anything change? I don't know. We gotta wait for it to get at the precipice. I saw you go live. Hi. That's good. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, hello everybody. Hi. Today we are going to be reading a scary story. It's a tiny bit quieter. Yes. We're going to be reading a scary story today. Hi, Wolf. How are you? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Scary. Well, so a bit ago, Jay recommended a book called Scary Stories Treasury. And unfortunately, I couldn't find it free anywhere. So that's not what we're reading today. And then I was gonna read this one book called Thrillers or whatever, but then I couldn't get that to work. And then now we're going to be reading a book called Collected Ghost Stories by M.R. James is what we're going to be reading today. I know nothing about it, so yeah. I'm sorry. Ghost stories, yeah, yippee. Yeah, I know nothing about it, so are you always good? Yeah. There was going based off of the book, like the cover is kind of difficult, but it's like don't judge a book by its cover. Well, that's all I got to go based off of. So this one was called Ghost Stories, and the cover was pretty cool. So here, I'll take a picture, and for those of you who are in the Discord, you can see the cover. It is in the live chat of the Discord. Oh, eyeball. Your day was good. I'm learning to make a horror game right now. Whoa. And I picked the one day it's raining and thundering to do it. Hell yeah. You knew. The vibes were right. Ghost stories, let's go. But yeah, I know nothing about this book, and the last time we read on stream, we read what was it called? Grim Tales. Grim Grim Brothers Grimm Tales, I believe, and it's basically like the how the stories are meant. They're the OG stories, not Disneyified, essentially. Mm-hmm. The storm in the distance sounds like home. Hell yeah! It's very interesting because the Spotify, it's rainy ambiance, evil lurks, and then there's like a woman. Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Yeah, here. I'll share I'll share it in the music channel of the Discord. I was trying to find, there was another one that I had that I was gonna play. It was a more scarier one, like you had like wolves and all that. But unfortunately, that one, the loop was, this one at least has a fade in between when it finishes. The other one was just a stark like end. So this one's a little bit better. There we go. Background winds, yes. This author wrote a book on eldritch and antiquary. Oh, very interesting. Wow. Yeah, it's kind of like randomly picked blind to what one we picked today. So, yippee. And you guys know this, whenever I read in games, I don't read the best. I'm not the best at reading. I have not been tested, but I have a high sneaking suspicion that I'm dyslexic, at least with numbers. So, and kept losing power all over the state. Oh my goodness. I hope everything's good now. Mm-hmm. Numbers, yeah. I get like numbers mixed up a lot. No, not Gamba. Nope. The only Gamba that we have gonna go on soon, probably technically, is when we play Identity 5 in a few weeks. Cause I need that. Ib skins, bro. I need that Ib. But boy, do numbers mess me up. Yeah, and sometimes when I'm typing, like as of recently when I write spider, I'll, for some reason, the D, I'll make a B. I have no idea. See what the storm is later this week. I hope it's not too bad. I hope that everything's chill and everything's fine. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so if I fumble on words, give me some grace. Lambda. Spider. Yeah. Oh, were you guys there? We can yap a little bit first. Were you guys there for Miu's spider consumption of the the, the bug? Yeah. No, I took many a clip for no, you true, yeah. Wow. How was it? I felt so bad. But she also took it like a champ. Like, she ate. So, if you guys aren't familiar, Hagimoto Miyu is one of our lovely mods, and she, on her own, on her own will, decided to eat a zebra tarantula because I freaked out when I ate mine. So I was like, "Excuse me, you eat it." And she was like, "Okay, I will," and she did. Good on her. And she got spooked. She was spooked. She was a little spooked. So I got good. I got what I needed. But she She ate more legs than I did. Also another thing, her spider was different than the one I had. So another thing, I ate a spider back like around this time last year. Interesting experience! Exclamation point spider. And so mine, I was told not to eat the abdomen because it's gross and like forbidden gusher. But also my spider had a really small abdomen. It was really tiny. And Miyu's spider had that dump truck. It was a big, that spider got the fatty. Like, had a, yeah, big abdomen. And I'm assuming that mine was a male and hers was a female. So she got the spider caviar. But it was, yeah, heckin' chonker indeed. Yeah, but she had, the seasoning she had, okay, she ate one plain, and then she had, I'm trying to think, sweet and sour sauce from McDonald's, a lime, tapatio, ground black pepper, and salsa. I believe that was everything. That called it a forbidden gusher. It's kind of been a thing going on for a bit. Who told you they tried the abdomen or lying? I think about it, the dehydration would ensure. Yeah, maybe they were just telling me that so I'd be like more scared. I don't know. Because yeah, I was told forbidden gusher. So, I don't know. And clear, so yes, Miyu ate basically 6 legs, I think. Yeah, one plain and then she used all the sauces. So, and then the one thing about the spider she got, not only was it thick, it also, all its legs were like crumpled inward. So she had to like use a knife and a fork to like, you know, get the legs out. But yeah, unfortunately she had to like use the different condiments as like glue to stick them together. But she did great. You could tell like, you would, I don't know, from what it looked like based off of her expression with her hands, it seemed like from the first to the last, she was getting like, you think it would get easier, but it looked like it was getting harder. So, I don't know. So yeah, she did all the legs, and then she did end up eating the abdomen. She cut it in half, and yes, it was not like a gusher. It was more so like a coffee bean. It was like rock hard. And she gave it a go, and apparently, I don't know, I didn't get the chance to ask her, wow, but she did gag. She did not have it was bad. I felt so bad. I felt so bad when she started like not having a good time. I felt really bad, but she chose it beyond. She chose it. It was her decision. I have to keep that in mind. So yeah, she ate it, and yep. Hi, Mon. Hello, wifey. How are you? We were talking about Miyu eating the spider. Yeah. Happy to be there with her during that moment, as she was for me. Even though, in my instance, she was very much like, oh, come on, eat it already. But, you know, I wasn't gonna do, I don't have the heart to be the same. I don't know. I have a hard time. I can't be like, fucking eat it. Come on, fucking eat it. I'm just like, you don't have to eat it if you don't want to. It's okay, take your time. Like, even though me was like, come on, eat it already. We're waiting. He brought the energy, true. Medi brought the energy that I could not. But congrats, Mon, on eating the spider. Hell yeah, good for you. You did that. Yeah, and then some of you, if you weren't aware, yesterday's stream I was hanging out with Medi, and Medi was playing Resident Evil 4, and so I joined him over at his stream. So I wasn't live last night here, but I was over there, and I loved it. I'm so glad that Medi is enjoying the game. I'm enjoying watching. It's very entertaining. Yay! I'm so happy. See, RE is fun. And you're like, I want to rescue the girl. And it's like, well, you don't worry. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. And Medi's playing it on advanced. So I'm like, okay. You'll get a special reward at the end for finishing on advanced, I think. So, hell yeah. Wows. I think it's a product of its time. I don't think it's... Maybe it'll get a review. You don't know. Yeah, well. If Zero and Code Veronica can get a remake, then shit. I mean, technically, it got a remaster. Or already got a remake. One already got a remake, so I don't know if it'll get another remake. But we'll see. Eventually. But yeah. That's what we were up to. And I was wearing my Leon jacket. Oh, dude, I completely understand how... Okay, if you really... For those of which who are into sports, if you really know the sport and how to play and everything, it's completely understandable why they get so hype into it. And how I understand when watching Medi play RE4, I'm like, yo, kick him, stab him, and it's like, yeah. It's very like, I don't know, touchdown, exactly. Really cool instead of just making it run better, have nicer textures. I've been up since 9:30 a.m. I don't know why. Check your refrigerator. Exactly. Yeah, I went to bed around 5 a.m. and then my body's like, you know what? Let's be up at 9:30 a.m., shall we? I'm like, why? Oh well. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Kirby. We're going to be building Kirby Lego. And another thing, exclamation point event. You have less than a week. You have less than a week to submit a outfit to the thing, and you can submit more than one. So now, yeah. To watch you play Kirby, hell yeah. One day. Yeah, and then Friday we're having our punishment wheel, so yay. Me. I am partially excited to read this book, but also not, because I worry about my ability to read. And unfortunately, I'm using a book online, so there's no physical, like, flipping paper, which I know you guys enjoyed last time, but sorry. Takes practice, yeah. And I did think about having a book in front of me, but read off the one on screen, but I would forget to flip. It's so important this year. Oh, I know of Supernatural, but I never really watched it. I was more of a Doctor Who girly. I watched a little bit of Sherlock, but only here and there. But I've heard Supernatural is good. But no, tell me, what's special about April 1st this year? Oh. Is the Groundhog Day in the... Oh, So April 1st is when they know whether they're going to have more winter or not. Damn, sorry. I'm flipping through the book and like the introduction is so many pages long. Because at first I was going to read it, but I'm like, damn. That's cool. The day over. Oh, that Groundhog Day. When I think Groundhog Day, I think of when, Groundhog Day. Should we stay in just chatting or go to the ASMR category? I don't know. Yeah, I always forget, like, Groundhog Day is also a movie. And apparently, some people don't know about Groundhog Day as in, like, when the groundhog comes out and if it sees its shadow. I don't remember. I don't know if it sees its shadow. Sally sells seashells on the seashore. Jasper. There's a reading category. But if you're going ASMR vibes, go to ASMR. What do you think, Betty? I don't know. What's the vibe? We're going for like, this is it. I'm not doing like this is the most ASMR you're gonna get from me. You're not gonna get like I don't know. ASMR. Is this ASMR? If you're lurking, enjoy the vibes already. Hi Bozo. Enjoy the lurk. And also congrats to Sanuki for 20k followers, and then also partner year. Yes, I was watching a little bit ago. ASMR it is. Can you guys tell what this is? I don't know how well you can hear it, but I guess. What does it sound like? Squish. How do people even do ASMR? I don't want to know. I know Miyu does a lot of ASMR apparently. But it's always at a time that I'm usually eating. A bag full of rice sounds like you're stepping on a crunchy country grass. It's a sock full of rice. Sock rice. Hell yeah. It's a good heating pad. Chuck it in the microwave and you're good. I have seen like those videos on like either Instagram or TikTok where it's like it's like a head massage. Those are nice. A bag full of rice. I mean, technically, just a smaller bag, yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, only some ASMR. I'm not. I don't know. ASMR can go south for me very quickly. Hi. Welcome in. Sunui. I apologize. Correct me. Correct me on your name if I mispronounced it. There's a cat among us. Hello. Hi, Eden. Please do not walk in front of everything. What was I saying? Oh yeah, ASMR for me can go south very quickly, cause it can get weird very quick, and I'm good. You already. Oh wow, wow. The cat. Eden rummed up against the mic. Sorry. You made cat for the stream in honor of the cat. He's sitting on my mouse. Eden, don't rub on that. You'll knock it over. Good cat. Oh, he can't sleep. Oh, hang on. He can't lay on his blanket because there's stuff on it. Hang on. He's gonna go lay on it now. There you go. My bad. My bad, homie. Oh, never mind. Oh. Oh. Do you want me to pet him? So cute. The cat is here. Cat. So cute. He's like headbutting. So I have a squishmallow in my lap. And he's headbutting the squishmallow while I'm petting him. Oh, he's rubbing the mic now. So cute. Hello. I'm gonna lose tracking in a moment because he's walking in front of it. Everyone say hi to Eden. What? No more tracking. Got this priority. Excuse me. Hi Eden, bye tracking. Eden, may I help you? Could you please lay on your blanket? No, you can't lick my drink. Eden is very interesting because he likes textures. He'll lick random things. Oh, he's headbutting the mic again. Like, he'll lick my laundry basket and he'll, like, lick the wall. He'll lick trash cans. He'll lick, like, fabric of sorts. Like, I have those things, like, it's where you can... it's like those, I don't know what you call them. It's like a fabric shelf that you hang in your closet. I have one of those. And he licks it for some reason. I don't know. He's a strange cat. Strange little guy. He's a Siamese tabby mix. Is that just what they are? Is that just what they do? Is that just cat things? But we aren't. I mean, in the comfort of your own home, you can do whatever you want. Oh, goodbye, tracking. Hello, tracking. I think he just likes the texture. I don't know. It's interesting. Whoa, his tail. Get out of my face. Pooh. Hi, Spoonie. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful night. Oh. Hi. How are you? We live in a society. Oh. Well, you ran into my hand, okay? I didn't. What do you... He got jump scared by my hand. Eepy. Well, you can't. Why don't you get some eep? Oh my goodness. Your tail's a wrecking ball, Eden. Okay, there we go. He's comfy in his spot. As you tapped away. Do you ever like your cat to establish dominance? No. As I am allergic to cats, it would absolutely... I would go and... anaphylactic shock or whatever it's called. Not really, but I have seen those things where people will, because you can, if you carry a cat or hold a cat by like the nape of their neck, it's like it kind of like puts them into like a ragdoll state, because that's how mother cats hold their babies, and I've seen things where if you hold on to that like with your own mouth, then you can trim their nails and be chill. But anaphylactic shock, thank you. But I'm good. I don't want to be going peh with all the hair. Personally, I'm okay. Personally, I'm good. But I can see how people, I don't know, I've seen people try it, so I'm sure, yeah. Yeah. Automod was like, whoa, are you sure about that? Ooh, my bad. In bright red, yeah. Even though I am a mod for like both Mon and Mew, I've never, I don't even know how to get into mod view. I don't know. I don't know how. I did it before, but then I can't remember. So I rarely ever, yeah. Like I have my chat just normal chat looking, because I don't know how. I don't know how. I don't know. Is that what you're supposed to do? It's not like you're taught how to be a mod. Sword right below chat. I see shield, a marker, a hammer, and a cogwheel. And then the chat button. Either way, it's fine. I don't got no sword. Where's your sword? Oh, I see. Interesting. Interessante. I'll figure it out. Eventually. One thing I did figure out is VTube Studios streamer mode. I didn't know that was a thing. And now my phone won't die as fast, I assume. I can't read it though. Hang on. What's it at? 15. Okay, it's still going down, but we're going down, sugar, we're going down, swinging. The only thing is, it makes, yeah, it is nice. Is that new? When was that added? The settings, yeah, there's, sword button. I see. Oh yeah, streamer mode is nice. It helps save phone, but, I just can't see. I think I've used it for 2 years. When you got a couple years ago? Oh, interesting. Did you ever figure out your USB port problems? I just got a, what's it called? A USB hub. So, no, I haven't checked yet. I should. I know you guys said if I plug, like, my phone in to each port and see if it's broken. But no, I haven't done that. Monko. Well, at least I know about it now. That's good. I'm a little, not gonna lie, I'm a little apprehensive to read. I'm worried about, I'm self-conscious about reading. But the right smart hub, you can put like 15 things on it at once. Damn. I got one that's like, I think it has 5 or hang on, let me look. Also, hi Rundle. Hi. 4. It has 4. Hi, how are you? Good evening. Just don't be self-conscious. Jasper. Yeah. Asmersper. I don't know if I. Yeah, this is asthma enough, right? Yeah. As the category, Jasper. Jasper. Yeah, it's not very often that I think that I speak this like, I don't know, calmly on stream. Usually I'm like, wow. But honestly, with for yesterday with RE4 and everything that we've been doing, I kind of need it. My voice has been going like, wow, chill. I'm like, sorry. I'm just a silly little guy. Mm-hmm. Is it hard for you to speak like that? I find it only do calm for a little bit. It's hard for me to like start, but then once the ball's rolling, I'm good. But then if something ruins it, if I don't stay composed, then it's all out the window. All those door sales, exactly. Yeah. For those of you who might have not been there, yeah. Or if you fell asleep, you guys did get the keys. Your baddie Lord Farquaad cake had them. Today, but it never happened. I was disappointed. Oh, I hope it wasn't like, maybe it's a good thing. You don't want golf ball sized hail. Getting those spring meteorites. We don't want that. What? Keep reading. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. So one thing I've noticed about the websites, I'm using the Internet Archive, and bro, it takes forever to load. Like, oh my god. That's what they said would happen. You're like, I want giant golf ball sized hail. Softball even. Excuse me. Nader? Was that code? Guys, we didn't even start reading. But also this book kind of scares me. Some of the words I'm already like, shit. Okay, we're back. What do I? Some of y'all better not be reading along with me, because that was the case last time. And then you guys would know when I replace a word with another word. Think of it as self-care. Gotta go for a walk, but I believe in your reading. Thank you. Thank you, Mitty. Enjoy your walk. In my mind, I was like walking at night, but no, it's probably like, I don't know what time it is for you. Like what, midday or something? But okay. Hello. Sorry. Hi, Jed. Hi. How are you? Almost 5 p.m. I do love nighttime walks. Ooh, enjoy your walk. Okay. I'm building up the courage to read it. I'm trying to skim through it prematurely so I can be like, oh, I know what I'm reading. I know what I'm saying. That's the Lord. True. Just end up being like pauses in between sentences. Like, huh? that. Okay. So, we are reading a book. It's called The Ghost Stories, and it's a book with several stories in the book. So, several stories in one book. And this first one, actually, we could pick one. Do you guys want to pick which one? We can pick which book, which story. I gotta get back to the table of contents. Because there's another chapter when the introduction is another chapter in it of itself. Could always sound it out, but that breaks the immersion. I don't want to be in the middle of a thingy and then surprises keep it suspenseful. Okay, well, I'll choose it. Ooh, that one's ominous. Okay, we'll do that one. Is there an easy way for me to get to that page, or are you gonna make me click all that way? You better not. Hang on. Wait. Okay, cool. I think. Brother, please. Damn it. I don't think. This is fine. I'll just click all the way to page 48 and we'll be fine. And ooh. Who doesn't love a bit? Ooh. Ghost. Ooh. If I go too fast, the pages don't load. Why do I... Bro, okay, last time, the last book we read was in Old English. You know, Shakespeare type beat. And this one, it's kind of there. It's like in the middle between that and normal or modern day speech, I'll say. So, Raggy ghost, jinkies. How do I always do this to myself. I end up picking a book that hard to read. It's okay. This is fine. Hi, welcome in. Welcome in, Cloud. I got a plan. What are you doing? Oh, you're Fred. Keep it together, gang. I got a plan. Hi. How you doing, Cloud? Good evening. Oh, it was 48. Never mind. A few word do trick. True. Yes. Unga bunga. Okay. The chapter or the story I chose is called Number 13, because that sounds ominous. Let me see. Whoa. Oh, never mind. We'll do 2 pages at a time. So, alrighty. I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? story called Number 13. Number 13. I'm already scared. Burger King foot lettuce. Okay. Okay, I gotta try my best. We got this. So sit back, get a snack, and enjoy while I read book. We read the story called Number 13. Hi, excellent. Okay. Also, while I'm reading, if stuff does pop up, I might not get to it right away, or if you guys, just letting you know. Okay. Among the towns of Jutland, Viborg, yes, justly holds a high place. It is the seat of a bishopric. Oh my god. It has a handsome but almost entirely new cathedral, a charming garden, a lake of great beauty, and many storks. Near it is Hald, accounted one of the prettiest things in Denmark, and hard by is Finderup, where Merkstig murdered, King Erik. What are these names? Glipping on St. Calix's Day in the year 1289. 56 bellows of square-headed iron maces were traced on Eric's skull. When his tomb was opened in the 17th century, but I am not writing a guidebook. There are good hotels in Viborg, Pursler, and that's not even a letter. Phoenix are all that can be desired. But my cousin, whose experiences I have to tell you now, went to the Golden Lion the first time that he visited Vigbor. He has not been there since, and the following pages will paraphrase, perhaps explain the reason of his absence. The Golden Lion is one of the very few houses in the town that were not destroyed in the Great Fire of 1726, which particularly demolished the cathedral, the Skognik, the Radhaus, and so much else that was old and interesting. It is a great red brick house that is the front of brick with corby steps. On the what am I reading? The gables and a text over the door, but the courtyard into which the omnibus drives is of black and white cage work. I'm so sorry. In wood and plaster. The sun was declining in the heavens when my cousin walked up to the door, and the light smote full upon the imposing facade of the house. He was delighted with the old-fashioned aspects of the place, and promised himself a thoroughly satisfactory and amusing stay in an inn so typical of old Jutland. It was not business in the ordinary sense of the word that had brought Mr. Anderson to Vigborg. He was engaged upon some researches into the church history of Denmark, and it had come to his knowledge that in Rigsarkiv of Vigbor, there were papers saved from the fire relating to the last days of Roman Catholic in the country. He proposed, therefore, to spend a considerable amount of time, perhaps as much as a fortnight or 3 weeks, in examining and copying these, and he hoped that the Golden Lion would be able to give him a room of significant size to serve like a bedroom and a study. His wishes were explained to the landlord, and after a certain amount of thought, the latter suggested that perhaps it might be the best way for the gentleman to look at 1 or 2 of the larger rooms and pick one for himself. It seemed like a good idea. The top floor was soon rejected as entailing too much getting upstairs after the day's work. The second floor contained no room of exactly the dimensions required, but on the first floor there was a choice of 2 or 3 rooms which would, so far as size went, suit admirably. The landlord was strongly in favor of number 17, but Mr. Anderson pointed out that its windows commanded only the blank wall of the next house, and that it would be very dark in the afternoon. Either number 12 or number 14 would be better, for both of them looked on the street, and the bright evening light and the pretty view would be more than compensate him for the additional amount of noise. Eventually, number 12 was selected. Like its neighbors, it had 3 windows, all on one side of the room. It was fairly high and unusually long. There was, of course, no fireplace, but the stove was handsome and rather old. A cast iron erection on the side of which was represented of Abraham sacrificing Isaac, and the inscription Bog Moss Cap 22 above. Nothing else in the room was remarkable. The only interesting picture was an old colored print of the town, date about 1820. Supper time was approaching, but when Anderson, refreshed by the ordinary ablutions, descended the staircase, there were still a few minutes before the bell rang. He devoted them to examining the list played on the large blackboard, divided into columns and lines, the numbers of rooms being painted in the beginning of each line. The list was not exciting. There was advocate or Sagfeuer, a German, and some bagmen. What? From Copenhagen. The one and only point which suggested any food for the thought was the absence of number 13 from the tail of the rooms, and even this was a thing which Anderson had already noticed half a dozen times in his experience of Danish hotels. He could not help wondering whether the objection to the particular number, common as it is, was so widespread and so strong as to make it difficult to let a room so ticketed, and he resolved to ask the landlord if he and his colleagues in the profession had actually met with many clients who refused to accommodate in the 13th room. He had nothing to tell me. I'm giving this story as I heard it from him. He had nothing to tell me about what passed at supper, and the evening which was spent in unpacking and rearranging his clothes, books, papers, and was not more eventful. towards 11 o'clock, resolved to go to bed. But with him, as with a good many other people nowadays, an almost necessary parliamentary to bed. Oh my goodness. If he meant to sleep, was the reading of a few pages of print, and he now remembered that the particular book which he had been reading in the rain, and which alone would satisfy him at the present moment, was in the pocket of his great coat, then hanging on a peg outside the dining room. To run down and secure it was the work of a moment, and as the passages were by no means dark, it was not difficult for him to find his way back to his own door. So at least, he thought. But when he arrived there and turned the handle, the door entirely refused to open, and he caught the sound of a hasty movement towards it from within. He had tried the wrong door, of course. Was his own room to the right or to the left? He glanced at the number. It was 13. His room would be on the left, and so it was. And not before he had been in bed for some minutes, had read his wonted 3 or 4 pages of his book, blown out his light, and turned over to go to sleep. Did it occur to him that whereas on the blackboard of the hotel there had been no number 13, there was undoubtedly a room numbered 13 in the hotel. He felt rather sorry. He had not chosen it for his own. Perhaps he might have done the landlord a little service by occupying it, and given the chance of staying that a well-born English gentleman had lived in it for 3 weeks and liked it very much. But probably it was used as a servant's room or something of the kind. After all, it was most likely not so large or good a room as his own. And he looked drowsy about the room, which was fairly perceptible in the half-light of the street lamp. It was a curious effect, he thought. Rooms usually look larger in a dim light than a full one, but this seemed to have contradicted in length and grown proportionately higher. Well, sleep was more important than these vague reminiscences. And to sleep he went. On the day after his arrival, Andersen attacked the Rigsarkiv of Viborg. He was one might expect in Denmark, kindly received, and access to all he wished to see was made as easy for him as possible. The documents laid before him were far more numerous and interesting than he had at all anticipated. Besides official papers, there was a large bundle of correspondence relating to Bishop Jorgen Ferris, the last Roman Catholic who held the see, and in these there cropped up many amusing and what are called intimate details of private life and individual character. There was much talk of a house owned by the bishop, but not inhabited by him, in the town. Its tenant was apparently somewhat of a scandal and a stumbling block to the reforming party. He was a disgrace, they wrote, to the city. He presided secret and wicked arts. Practice? Secret and wicked arts, and had sold his soul to the enemy. It was of a piece with the gross corruption and superstition of the Bubble, Babylish, Bubble Winch, Bubble Church. That such a viper and blood-sucking trottlement should be patronized and harbored by the bishop. The bishop met these reproaches boldly. He protested his own abhorrence of all such things as secret arts, and required his antagonists to bring the matter before the proper court, of course, the spiritual court, and sift is to the bottom. No one could be more ready and willing than himself to condemn Meg Nicholas Franklin. If the evidence showed to him have been guilty of any of the crimes informally against whom, Anderson had not time to do more than a glance at the next letter of the Protestant letter. Rasmus Nielsen. Before the record office was closed for the day, but he gathered what? But he gathered its general tenor, which was to the effect that Christian men were now no longer bound by the decisions of bishops of Rome, and that of the bishop's court was not, and could not be, a fit or competent tribune to judge so grave and weighty a cause. On leaving the office, Mr. Anderson was accompanied by the old gentleman who presided over it, and as they walked, the conversation very naturally turned to the papers of which I have just been speaking. Yes. Her Scavens? Sure. The archivist of Vigbor, though very well informed as to the general run of the documents under his charge, was not a specialist in those of the Reformation period. He was much interested in what Anderson had to tell him about them. He looked forward with great pleasure, he said, to seeing the publication in which Mr. Anderson spoke of embodying their contents. This house of Bishop Ferris, he added, it is a great puzzle to me. Where it can have stood, I have studied carefully the topography of old Vigbor, but it is most unlucky for the old terror of the bishop's property, which was made in 1560, and of which we have the greater part in the archive, just the place which had the list of the town property is missing. Never mind, perhaps I shall some day succeed to find him. After taking some exercise? Sure. After taking some exercise, I forgot exactly how or where Anderson went back to the Golden Lion, his supper, his game of patience, and his bed. On the way to his room, it occurred to him that he had forgotten to talk to the landlord about the ominous of number 13 from the hotel, and also that he might as well have he might as well make sure that number 13 did actually exist before he made any reference to the matter. The decision was not difficult to arrive at. There was the door with its number as plain as could be, and work for some kind was evidently going on inside, for as he neared the door he could hear footsteps and voices, or a voice, within. During the few seconds in which he halted to make sure of the number, the footsteps ceased, seemingly very near to the door, and he was a little startled at hearing a quick, hissing, breathing, as of a person in strong excitement. He went on to his own room, and again he was surprised to find how much smaller it seemed now than it had when he selected it. It was a slight disappointment, but only slight. If he found it really not large enough, he could easily shift to another. In the meantime, he waited. He wanted something. As far as I remember, it was a pocket handkerchief out of his portmanteau, which had been placed in the porter on a very inadequate tercel or stool against the wall at the farthest end of the room from his bed. There was a very curious thing. The portmanteau was not to be seen. It had been moved by officials, servants. Doubtless the contents had been put in the wardrobe. No, none of them were there. This was vexatious. The idea of a thief he dismissed at once. Such things rarely happen in Denmark, but some piece of stupidity had certainly been performed, which is not so uncommon. And Sure. What? Pig? Sure. Must be severely spoken to. Whatever it was that he wanted, it was not so necessary to his comfort that he could not wait till the morning for it, and he therefore settled not to ring the bell and disturb the servants. He went to the window, the right-hand window it was, and looked out on the quiet street. There was a tall building opposite, with large spaces of dead wall, no passersby, a dark night, and very little to be seen of any kind. The light was behind him. He could see his own shadow clearly, cast on the wall opposite. Also the shadow of a bearded man in number 11 on the left, who passed to and fro in shirt sleeves once or thrice, and was seen first brushing his hair and later on in a nightgown. Also the shadow of the occupant of number 13 on the right. This might be more interesting. Number 13 was, like himself, leaning on his elbows on the window sill, looking out onto the street. He seemed to be a tall, thin man. Or was it by any chance a woman? At least it was someone who covered his or her head with some kind of drapery before going to bed, and he thought must be possessed of a red lampshade. And the lamp must be flickering very much. There was a distinct playing up and down of a dull red light on the opposite wall. He craned out a little to see if he could make any more of the figure, but beyond a fold of some light, perhaps white material on the window, he still could see nothing. Now came a distant step in the street, and its approach seemed to recall number 13 to a sense of his exposed position. For very swiftly and suddenly he swept inside from the window, and his red light went out. Anderson had been smoking a cigarette laid on the end of the windowsill and went to bed. Next morning, he was woke by the stepping with hot water. I'll say the servant with hot water. He roused himself, and after thinking out of the correct Danish words, said as distinctly as he could, "You must not move my portmanteau. Where is it?" As is not uncommon, the maid laughed and went away without making any distinct answer. Anderson, rather irritated, sat up in bed, intending to call her back, but he remained sitting up, staring straight in front of him. There was his portmanteau on its tercel, Torres, I don't know, exactly where he had seen the porter put when he first arrived. This was a rude shock for a man who prided himself on his accuracy of observation. How it could possibly have escaped him the night before, he did not pretend to understand. At any rate, there it is now. The daylight showed more than the portmanteau. It let the true proportions of the room with its 3 windows appear, and satisfied its tenant that his choice, after all, had not been a bad one. When he was almost dressed, he walked to the middle of one of the 3 windows to look out at the weather. Another shock awaited him. Strangely unobservant he must have been last night. He could have sworn 10 times over that he had been smoking at the right-hand window the last thing before he went to bed. And here was his cigarette end on the sill of the middle window. He started to go down to breakfast rather late, but number 13 was later. Here were his boots still outside his door. A gentleman's boots, so then number 13 was a man, not a woman. Just then he caught sight of the number on the door. It was 14. He thought he must have passed number 13 without noticing it. 3 stupid mistakes in 12 hours were too much for a methodical, accurate-minded man, so he turned back to make sure. The next number to 14 was number 12, his own room. There was no number 13 at all. After some minutes devoted to a careful consideration of everything he had to eat and drink during the last 24 hours, Anderson decided to give the question up. If his sight or his brain were giving away, he would have plenty of opportunities to ascertaining that fact. If not, then he was evidently being treated to a very interesting experience. In either case, the development of events would certainly be worth watching. During the day, he continued his examination of the episcopal correspondence, which I have already summarized. To his disappointment, it was incomplete. Only one other letter could be found which referred to the offering I can't read. Affair of Meg Nicholas Franken. It was from the Bishop Jorgen Ferris to Rasm Nelson, he said. Although we are not in the least degree inclined to assent to your judgment concerning our court, and shall be prepared, if need be, to withstand you to the uttermost in that behalf. Yet, for as much as our trusty and well-beloved Meg Nicholas Franken, against whom you have dared to allege certain false and malicious charges, hath been suddenly removed from among us, it is apparent that the question for this time falls. But far as much as you further... Oh my god. allege that the apostle and Evangelist St. John in his heavenly apocalypse describes the Holy Roman Church under the gaze and symbol of the Scarlet Woman to be known to you, etc. Search as he might, Anderson could find no sequel to this letter, nor any clue to the cause or manner of the removal of the Casa Belli. Belli? Yeah. He could only suppose that Frank, good enough, had died suddenly, and as there were only 2 days between the date of Nelson's last letter, when Franken was evidently still in being, and that of the bishop's letter, the death must have been completely unexpected. In the afternoon, he paid a short visit to Hald, and took his tea at Backhilland. Nor could he notice, though he was in a somewhat nervous frame of mind, that there was an indication of such a failure of eye or brain as his experiences of the morning had led him to fear. At supper, he found himself next to the landlord. What, he asked him, after some indifferent conversation, is the reason why in most of the hotels one visits in this country, the number 13 is left out of the list of rooms? I see you have none here. The landlord seemed amused. To think that you should have noticed a thing like that. I have thought about it once or twice myself, to tell the truth. An educated man, I've said, has no business with the superstitious notions. I was brought up myself here in the high school of Vigbor, and our old master was always a man to set his face against anything of that kind. He's been dead now this many years. A fine upstanding man he was, and ready with his hands as well as his head. I recollect us boys one snowy day. Here he plunged into reminisce. Then you don't think there is any particular objection to having a number 13, said Anderson. Ah, to be sure. Well, you understand. I was brought up to the business by my poor old father. He kept a hotel in Aarhus. First and then, when we were born, he moved to Vigbor here, which was his native place, and had the, I'm gonna say, how do you spell it? What is that, Phoenix? I'm gonna say Phoenix. Here until he died. That was in 1876. Then I started business in Silkeborg, and only the year before last I moved into this house. Then followed more details as to the state of the house and business when first taken over. And when you came here, was there a number 13? No. I was going to tell you about that. You see, in a place like this, the commercial class, the travelers, are what we have to provide for in general. And put them in number 13? Why, they'd as soon sleep in the street or sooner. As far as I'm concerned myself, it wouldn't make a penny difference to me what the number of my room was. And so I've often said to them, but they stick to it, that it brings them bad luck. Quantities of stories they have amongst them of men that have slept in a number 13 and have never been the same again, or lost their customers, or one thing and another, said the landlord after searching for a more graphic phrase. Then what do you use your number 13 for? Said Anderson, cautious as he said the words of a curious anxiety quite disproportionate to the importance of the question. My number 13? Why, don't I tell you that there isn't such a thing in this house? I thought you might have noticed that. If there was, it would be the next door to your very own. Well, yes, only I happen to think, that is, I fancied last night that I had seen a door numbered 13 in that passage, and really, I am almost certain I must have been right, for I saw it in the night before as well. Of course, Herr Christensen laughed this notion to scorn, as Anderson had expected, and emphasized that much iteration of the fact that no number 13 existed, or had existed before him in that hotel. Anderson was in some ways relieved by this certainty, but still puzzled, and he began to think that the best way to make sure that whether he had indeed been the subject to an illusion or not was to invite the landlord to his room to smoke a cigar later in the evening. Some photographs of English towns which he had with him formed a significantly good excuse. Herr Christen was flattered by the invitation and most willingly accepted it. At about 10 o'clock he was to make his appearance, but before that Anderson had some letters to write, and retired for the purpose of writing them. He almost blushed to himself at confessing it, but he could not deny that it was the fact that he was becoming quite nervous about the question of the existence of number 13. So much so that he approached his room by way of number 11, in order that he might not be obligated to pass the door, or the place where the door ought to be. He looked quickly and suspiciously about the room when he entered it, but there was nothing beyond that infutile air of being smaller than usual. To warrant any misgivings, there was no question of the presence or absence of his portmanteau, tonight. He had himself emptied of its contents and lodged it under his bed. With a certain effort, he dismissed the thought of number 13 from his mind and sat down to his writing. His neighbors were quite quiet enough. Occasionally a door opened in the passage and a pair of boots was thrown out, or a bagman walked past humming to himself, and outside from time to time a curtain over the cobblestones, or a quick step hurried along the flags. Anderson finished his letter, ordered in whiskey and soda, and then went to the window and studied the dead wall opposite and the shadows upon it. As far as he could remember, number 14 had been occupied by the lawyer, a staid man, who said little at meals, being generally engaged in studying a small bundle of papers beside his plate. Apparently, however, he was in the habit of giving vent to his animal spirits when alone. Okay. Why else should he be dancing? The shadows from the next room evidently showed that he was again and again. His thin form crossed the window, his arms waved, and a gallant leg was kicked up with surprising agility. He seemed to be barefoot, and the floor must be well laid, for no sound betrayed his movements. Her Anders Jensen, dancing at 10 o'clock at night in a hotel bedroom, seemed a fitting subject for a historical painting in the grand style, and Anderson's thoughts, like those of Emily in the Mysteries of a dolphin, began to arrange themselves in the following lines. When I return to my hotel at 10 o'clock p.m., the waiters think I am unwell. I do not care for them, but when I've locked my chamber door and put my boots outside, I dance all night upon the floor, and even if my neighbors swore, I'd go on dancing all the more, for I'm acquainted with the law, and in despite of their protests I deride. Had not the landlord at this moment knocked at the door, it is probable that quite a long poem might have been laid before the reader, to judge from his look of surprise when he found himself in the room. Herr Christensen was struck, as Anderson had been, by something unusual in its aspect, but he had made no remark. Anderson's photographs interest him mightily, and formed the text of many autobiographical discourses. Nor it is quite clear how the conversation could have been diverted into the desired channel of number 13, had not the lawyer at this moment begun to sing, and to sing in a manner which could leave no doubt in anyone's mind that he was either exceedingly drunk or raving mad. Yes. It was a high, thin voice that they heard, and it seemed dry, as if from long disuse. Of words or tune, there was no question. It went sailing up to a surprising height, and was carried down with a despairing moan as of a winter wind in a hollow chimney, or an organ whose wind fails suddenly. It was a really horrible sound, and Anderson felt that he had been alone. If he had been alone, he must have fled for refuge and society to some neighbor bagman's room. The landlord sat open-mouthed. "I don't understand it," he said at last, wiping his forehead. "It is dreadful. I have heard it once before, but I made sure it was a cat." "Is he mad?" said Anderson. "He must be. And what a sad thing. Such a good customer, too, and so successful in his business, by what I hear, and a young family to bring up." Just then came an important knock at the door, and the knocker entered without waiting to be asked. It was the lawyer, in dissemble, and very rough-haired and very angry he looked. "I beg pardon, sir," he said, "but I should be much obliged if you would kindly desist." There he stopped, for it was evident that neither of the persons before him was responsible for the disturbance, and after a moment's lull, it swelled forth again, and more wildly than before. "But what in the name of heaven does it mean?" broke out the lawyer. "There is it. Where is it? Who is it? Am I going out of my mind? Surely, Herr Jensen, it comes from your room next door. Isn't that a cat or something stuck in the chimney?" This was the best that occurred to Anderson to say, and he realized its futility as he spoke. But anything was better than to stand and listen to that horrible voice, and look at the bored, white face of the landlord, all perspiring and quivering as he clutched the arms of his chair. "Impossible," said the lawyer, "impossible. There is no chimney. I came here because I was convinced the noise was going on here. It was certainly in the next room to mine." "Was there no door between yours and mine?" said Anderson eagerly. "No, sir," said Herr, rather sharply. "At least not this morning." "Ah," said Anderson, "nor tonight?" "I am not sure," said the lawyer, with some hesitation. Suddenly, the crying or singing voice in the next room died away, and the singer was heard seemingly to laugh to himself in a crooning manner. The three men actually shivered to the sound. Then there was a silence. "Come," said the lawyer, "what have you to say, Herr Christensen? What does this mean?" "Good heaven," said Christensen, "how should I tell? I know no more than you, gentlemen. I pray I may never hear such a noise again." "So do I," said Herr Jensen, and he added something under his breath. Anderson thought it sounded like the last words of the Persulter? "Omnis spiritus laudent dominum. But he could not be sure. "But we must do something," said Anderson. "The three of us, shall we go and investigate in the next room?" "But that is Herr Jensen's room," wailed the landlord. "It is no use. He has come from there himself. I am not so sure, said Jensen. I think this gentleman is right. We must go and see. The only weapons of defense that could be mustered on the spot were a stick and umbrella. The expedition went out into the passage, not without quakings. It was deadly quiet. There was a deadly quiet outside, but a light shone from under the next door. Anderson and Jensen approached it. The latter turned the handle and gave a sudden, vigorous push. No use. The door stood fast. Christensen and Jensen, will you go and fetch the strongest servant you have in the place? We must see this through. The landlord nodded and hurried off, glad to be away from the scene of action. Jensen and Anderson remained outside, looking at the door. It is number 13, you see, said the latter. Yes, there is your door, and there is mine, said Jensen. My room was 3 windows in the daytime, said Anderson, with difficulty suppressing a nervous laugh. By George, so was mine, said the lawyer, turning and looking at Anderson. His back was now to the door. In that moment, the door opened, and an arm came out and crawled at his shoulder. It was clad in ragged yellowish linen, and the bare skin, where it could be seen, had long gray hair upon it. Anderson was just in time to pull Jensen out of its reach with a cry of disgust and fright, when the door shut, and a low laugh was heard. Jensen had seen nothing, but when Anderson hurriedly told him what a risk he had run, he fell into a great state of agitation, and suggested that they should retire from the enterprise and lock themselves in one or other of their rooms. However, while he was developing this plan, the landlord and 2 able-bodied men arrived on the scene, all looking rather serious and alarmed. Jensen met them with a tolerant of description and explanation, which did not at all tend to encourage them for the fray. The men dropped the crowbar they had brought and said flatly that they were not going to risk their throats in the devil's den. The landlord was miserably nervous and undecided, conscious that if the danger were not faced, his hotel was ruined, very loath to face it himself. Luckily, Anderson hit upon a way of riling the demoralized force. Is this, he said, the Danish courage I have heard so much of? It isn't a German in there, and if it was, we are 5 to 1. The 2 servants and Jensen were stung into action by this and made a dash to the door. Stop, said Anderson. Don't lose your heads. You stay out here with the light, landlord, and one of you men break the door, and don't go in when it gives way. The men nodded, and the younger stepped forward, raised his crowbar, and dealt a tremendous blow on the upper panel. The result was not in the least what any of them anticipated. There was no cracking or redding of the wood, only a dull sound, as if the solid wall had been struck. The man dropped his tool with a shout and began rubbing his elbow. His cry drew their eyes upon him for a moment. Then Anderson looked at the door again. It was gone. The plaster wall of passage stared him in the face, with a considerable gash in where the crowbar had struck it. Number 13 had passed out of existence. For a brief space, they stood perfectly still, gazing at the blank wall. An early rooster in the yard beneath was heard to crow, and as Anderson glanced in the direction of the sound, he saw through the window at the end of the long passage that the eastern sky was paling to the dawn. "Perhaps," said the landlord with hesitation, "you gentlemen would like another room for tonight. A double-bedded one?" Neither Jensen nor Anderson was averse to the suggestion. They felt inclined to hunt in couples after their late experience. It was funded convenient. When each of them went to his room to collect the articles, he waited for the night that the other should go with them and hold the candle. They noted that both number 12 and number 14 had 3 windows. Next morning, the same party reassembled in number 12. The landlord was naturally anxious to avoid engaging outside help, and yet it was imperative that the mystery attaching to that part of the house should be cleared up. Accordingly, the 2 servants had been induced to take upon them the function of carpenters. The furniture was cleared away, and at the cost of a good many irreversibly damaged planks, that portion of the wall of the floor was taken up, which lay nearest to number 14. You will naturally suppose that a skeleton, say that of Meg Nicholas Franken, was discovered. That was not so. What they did find lying between the beams which supported the flooring was a small copper box. In it was a neatly folded valium document with about 20 lines of writing. Both Anderson and Jensen, who proved to be something of a plexographer, were much excited to this discovery, which promised to afford the key to these extraordinary phenomenon. I possess a copy of an astrological work which I have never read. It has, by way of frontispiece, a woodcut by Hans Sebald Behem, representing a number of sage seated around a table. Yes. This detail may enable connoisseurs to identify the book. I cannot myself recollect its title, and it is not at this moment within reach, but the fly leaves of it are covered with writing, and during the 10 years in which I have owned the volume, I have not been able to determine which way this writing ought to be read, much less in what language it is. Not dissimilar was the position of Anderson and Jensen after the protracted examination to which they submitted the document in the copper box. After 2 days' contemplation of it, Jensen, who was the bolder spirit of the 2, hazarded the conjecture that the language was either Latin or Old Danish. Anderson ventured upon no surmises and was very willing to surrender the box and parchment to the Historical Society of Vigbor to be placed in their museum. I had the whole story from him a few months later as we sat in a wood near Uppsala. After a visit to the library there, we were, or rather, I had laughed over the contract by which Daniel Salthinus, in later life professor of Hebrew at Königsberg, sold himself to Satan. Satan? What? Anderson was not really amused. Young idiot, he said, meaning Salthinus, who was not only an undergrad when he committed that indiscretion. How did he know what company he was countering? Courting? Countering, yes. And when I suggested the usual consideration, he only grunted. That same afternoon, he told me what you have read, but he refused to draw any inferences from it, and to assist to any that I drew for him. That concludes number 13. Spooky. What do you guys think? That was interesting. Why do I always manage to pick the books that are very Old English-y? But welcome in, everyone. Thank you for the follows for Hat Aspin and Kinito. Welcome. And thank you for the 12 months, me. Enjoy your badge. You did great, thank you. I tried my best. What'd you guys think? So it seems like Anderson, he went to this hotel to do some research on like the surroundings, and he was put next to a haunted room, I suppose. Hello, hi Salty. Spooky, I like spooky. Well, yes, we're very spooky. You're more than welcome to stay. Got more than you bargained for. It's interesting how this is written, because it's written from the perspective of like, yo, my buddy told me this story, and now I'm gonna tell you. It was interesting. Oh my goodness. Boo, I gotta stretch with that. Whew. Thank you. Thank you, it's okay. Some of the way it's hard because I'm like, am I reading it wrong? And then I'll double check. I'm like, no, I'm reading it right. It's just the way that they would speak back then is so confusing. I'm like, huh? What am I reading right now? No one gets the joke. My bad. I don't read very often, so it is a culture shock. I'm like, huh? I agree, Salty. It doesn't help when you pick a book that has Old English in it. Okay. Would you guys like me to pick the next story, or would you guys like to pick the next story? Well, you can pick. Okay, pick a number between 1 and 10. A ginormous brain. Okay, Medi. You get to decide. So it's either number 2 is Lost Hearts. And then number 7 is Oh Whistle and I'll Come to You, My Lad. So do we want Lost Hearts or Oh Whistle and I'll Come to You, My Lad? About vampires and a werewolf? Maybe. It's interesting for the other one. Twilight, yes. Knock off Twilight. Oh, I suppose why don't we find out? We'll go with Lost Hearts. Give me a moment to get to the page, because I gotta go one at a time. Very silly. Yes, I'm a spooky ghost that likes to be silly. We love silly. We don't take things too serious. Why so serious? Wait, I went too far. Shit. Okay. Number 14, okay. Okay. You wanna know I got these scars. Sure, Batman. Okay. Let me stretch real quick. I don't know why I got so tense reading that. We did get a little spooky. We got a little spooky little hand grab. Ooh. Gasp. Hiking. Okay. You're supposed to eat but not on stream. We could possibly save the VOD. Sure, maybe. Okay. Let me get another sippy. Jasper. I try. Okay. Lock in. Here we go. Get comfy. So the next story we are going to read is Lost Hearts. Okay. Lock in. It was, as far as I can ascertain, in September of the year 1811 that a post chassis drew up before the door of Asbury Hall in the heart of Lincolnshire. The little boy, who was only the passenger in the chassis and who jumped out as soon as it had stopped, looked about him with the keenest curiosity during the short interval that elapsed between the ringing of the bell and the opening of the hall door. He saw a tall, square, red brick house built in the region of Annie. A stone-pillared porch had been added in the poorer classical style of 1790. The windows of the house were mainly tall and narrow, with small pines and thick white woodwork. A pediment pierced with a round window crowned the front. There were wings to the right and left, connected by curious glazed galleries, supported by colonnades with the central block. These wings plainly contained the stables and offices of the house. Each was surmounted by an ornamental cupola with a gilded vane. Vaughn? I don't know. An evening light shone on the building, making the window panes glow like so many fires. Away from the hall in the front stretched a flat park, studied? That's not studied. It is now, with oaks and fringed with firs, which stood out against the sky. The clock in the church tower, buried in trees on the edge of the park, only its golden weather. What? Rooster watched the light. Was striking 6, and the sound came gently beating down the wind. It was altogether a pleasant impression, though tinged with the sort of melancholy appropriate to an evening in early autumn that was conveyed to the mind of the boy who stood on the porch waiting for the door to open him. I apologize. Yeah. I lost my place. Or was I? My bad. We're good. Okay, where was I? Okay. Of the boy who was standing in the porch awaiting for the door to open to him. The post chassis had brought him from Warwickshire, where some 6 months before he had been left an orphan, now owing to the generous offer of his elderly cousin, Mr. Ebony. He had come to live at Aswarby. The offer was unexpected, because all who knew anything of Mr. Ebony looked upon him as a somewhat austere recluse, into whose steady-going household the advent of a small boy would import a new and, it seemed, incongruous element. The truth is that very little was known of Mr. Ebony's pursuits or temper. The professor of Greek and Cambridge had been hired to say that no one knew more of the religious beliefs of the later pagans then did the partner of Aswari. So portion has been covered. Certainly, his library contained all the then available books bearing on the mysteries, the Orphic poems, the worship of Mithras, and the Neoplatonists. In the marble-paved hall stood a fine group of Mithras, slaying a bull which had been imported from the Levant at great expense by the owner. He had contributed a description of it to the Gentleman's Magazine and had written a description of it to the magazine, and written a remarkable series of articles in the Critical Muse on the superstitions of the Romans and the Lower Empire. He was looked upon in fine as a man wrapped up in his books, and it was a matter of great surprise among his neighbors that he would even have heard of his orphan cousin, Stephen Elliott, much more that he should have volunteered to make him an inmate of Asbury Hall. Whatever may have been expected by his neighbors, it is certain that Mr. Abney, the tall and thin and austere, seemed inclined to give his young cousin a kindly reception. The moment the front door was opened, he darted out of his study, rubbing his hands with delight. "How are you, my boy? How are you? How old are you?" said he. "That is, you are not too much tired, I hope, by your journey to eat your supper?" "No, thank you, sir," said Master Elliot. "I am pretty well." "That's a good lad," said Mr. Ebony. "And how old are you, my boy?" It seemed a little odd that he should have asked the question twice in the first 2 minutes of their acquaintance. "I'm 12 years old. Next birthday. I'm 12 years old next birthday, sir," said Stephen. "And when is your birthday, my dear boy?" 11th of September, eh?" "That's well. That's very well. Nearly a year hence, isn't it?" I like to get these things down in my book." "Sure. It's 12, certain?" "Yes, quite sure, sir." "Well, well. Take him to Mrs. Bunch's room, Parks, and let him have his tea, supper, whatever it is." "Yes, sir," answered the staid Mr. Parkins, and conducted Elliot to the lower regions. Mrs. Bunch was the most comfortable and human person whom Elliot had as yet met in Aswarby. She made him completely at home. They were great friends in a quarter of an hour, and great friends they remained. Miss Bunch had been born in the neighborhood some 50 years before the date of Elliot's arrival, and her residence at the Hall was of 20 years' standing. Consequently, if anyone knew the ins and outs of this house and the district, Miss Bunch knew them, and she was by no means disinclined to communicate her information. Certainly, there were plenty of things about the hall and the hall gardens which Eliot, who was of an adventurous and inquiring turn, was anxious to have explained to him. Who built the temple at the end of the Laurel Walk? Who was the old man whose picture hung on the staircase, sitting at the table with a skull under his hand? These and many similar points were cleared up by the resources of Miss Bunch's powerful intellect. There were others, however, of which explanation furnished was less satisfactory. One November evening, Eliot was sitting by the fire in the housekeeper's room, reflecting on his surroundings. "Is Mr. Ebony a good man, and will he go to heaven?" he suddenly asked, with the peculiar confidence which children possess in the ability of their elders to settle these questions, the decision of which is believed to be reserved for other tribunals. "Good? Bless the child," said Miss Bunch. "Master's a kind soul as I ever see. Didn't I ever tell you of the little boy as he took in out of the street, as you may say, this 7 years back? And the little girl 2 years after I first come here? No, do tell me about them, Miss Bunch. Now, this minute." "Well," said Miss Bunch, "the little girl I don't seem to recollect so much about. I know Master brought her back with him from his walk one day, and gave orders to Miss Ellis, as was housekeeper then, as she should be took every care with, and the poor child hadn't no one belonging to her. She telled me so her own self, and here she lived with us she lived with us a matter of 3 weeks, it might be, and then whether she were somethink of a Gitsby in her blood or what not, but one morning she out of her bed afore any of us had opened an eye, and neither track nor yet trace of her have I set eyes on since. Master was wonderful put about, and had all the ponds drained, but it's my belief she was had away by witches, for there was singing around the house for as much as an hour the night she went, and Parks, he declared, as he heard them a callin' in the woods all that afternoon. Dear, an odd child she was, so silent in her ways and all, but I was wonderful taken up with her, so domesticated she was, surprising." "And what about the little boy?" said Eliot. "Ah, that poor boy," sighed Miss Bunch. "He were a foreigner, Johnny he called himself, and he come a tweaking his urdy-gurdy around, and about the drive one winter away. And what? I swear I'm reading this correctly. And Master aid him in that minute. And that's all about where he came from, and how old he was, and how he made his way, and where was his relatives, and all as kind as heart could wish. But in went the same way with him. There a hunrily lot, them foreign nations, I do suppose, and he was off one fine morning, just the same as the girl. Why he went and what he done was our question for as much as a year after, for he never took his urdy-gurdy, and there it lays on the shelf. The remainder of the evening was spent by Elliot in miscellaneous cross-examination of Miss Bunch and in efforts to extract a tune from the hurdy-gurdy. One night he had a curious dream. At the end of the passage, at the top of the house, in which his bedroom was stated, there was an old, disused bathroom. It was kept locked, but the upper half of the door was glazed, and since the curtains which used to hang there had long been gone, you could look in and see the lead-lined bath affixated to the wall on the right hand, with its head towards the window. On the night of which I am speaking, Stephen Elliott found himself, as he thought, looking through the glazed door. The moon was shining through the window, and he was gazing at a figure which lay in the bath. His description of what he saw reminds me of what I once beheld myself in the famous vaults of St. Michan's Church in Dublin, which possesses the horrid property of preserving corpses from decay for centuries. A figure inexpressibly thin and pathetic, of a dusty laden color, enveloped in a shroud-like garment, the thin lips crooked into a faint, dreadful smile, the hands pressed tightly over the region of the heart. As he looked upon it, a distant, almost inaudible moan seemed to issue from its lips, and the arms began to stir. The terror of the sight forced Stephen backwards, and he awoke to the fact that he was indeed standing at the cold boarded floor of the passage in the full light of the moon. With a courage which I do not think can be common amongst boys of his age, he went to the door of the bathroom to ascertain if the figure of his dream were really there. It was not, and he went back to bed. Miss Bunch was much impressed next morning by his story, and went so far as to replace the curtain over the glazed door of the bathroom. Mr. Ebony, moreover, to whom he confided his experiences at breakfast, was greatly interested, and made notes of the matter in what he called his book. The spring etiquette was approaching, as Mr. Ebony frequently reminded his cousin, adding that this had been always considered by the ancients to be a critical time for the young, that Stephen would do well to take care of himself, and to shut his bedroom window at night, and that Censorus had some valuable remarks on the subject. Two incidences that occurred about the same time made an impression upon Stefan's mind. The first was after an unusually uneasy and oppressed night that he had passed, though he could not recall any particular dream that he had had. The following evening, Miss Bunch was occupying herself in mending his nightgown. "Gracious me, Master Stephen," she broke forth rather irritably, "how do you manage to tear your nightdress all to flinders this way? Look here, sir, what trouble do you give to poor servants that have to darn and mend after you?" There was indeed a most destructive and apparently wanton series of slits or scorns in the garment, which would undoubtedly require a skillful needle to make good. They were confined to the left side of the chest, long parallel slits about 6 inches in length, some of them not quite piercing the texture of the linen. Stephen could only express his entire ignorance of their origin. He was sure they were not there the night before. But he said, "Miss Bunch, they are just the same as the scratches on the outside of my bedroom door, and I am sure I never had anything to do with them." Miss Bunch gazed at him open-mouthed, then snatched up a candle, departed hastily from the room, and was heard making her way upstairs. In a few minutes she came down. "Well," she said, "Master Stephen, it's a funny thing to me how them marks and scratches can come there too high up for any cat or dog to have made 'em, much less a rat. For all the world like a witch's fingernail, as my uncle in the tea trade used to tell us of when we was girls together. I wouldn't say anything to master. Not if I was you. Master Stephen, my dear, and just turn the key of the door when you go to your bedroom." "I always do, Miss Bunch, as soon as I've said my prayers." "Ah, that's a good child. Always say your prayers, then no one can hurt you." Herewith Miss Bunch addressed herself to mending the injured nightgown, with intervals of meditation until bedtime. This was on a Friday night in March 1812. On the following evening, the usual duty of Stephen and Miss Bunch was augmented by the sudden arrival of Mr. Parks, the butler, who, as a rule, kept himself rather to himself in his own pantry. He did not see that Stephen was there. He was, moreover, flustered, and less slow of speech than was he wont. Master may get up his own wine if he likes of the evening, was his first remark. Either I do it in the daytime or not at all. Miss Bunch, I don't know what it may be. Very likely it's the rats or the wind got into the cellars, but I am not so young as I was, and I can't go through it as I have done." "Well, Mr. Parks. You know, it was a surprising place for the rats, is the hall. I'm not denying that, Miss Bunch, and to be sure, many a time I've heard the tale from the men in the shipyards about the rat that could speak. I never laid no confidence in that before, but tonight, if I deemed myself to lay my ear to the door of the further bin, I could pretty much have heard what they was saying. Oh there, Mr. Parks, I've no patience with your fancies. Rats talking in the wine cellar indeed. Well, Miss Bunch, I've no wish to argue with you. All I say is, if you choose to go to the far bin and lay your ear to the door, you may prove my words this minute. What nonsense do you talk, Mr. Parks? Not fit for children to listen to. Why, you'll be frightening Master Stephen there out of his wits. What, Master Stephen? Said Parks, awaiting to the consciousness of the boy's presence. Master Stephen knows well enough when I'm playing a joke with you, Miss Bunch. In fact, Master Stephen knew much too well to suppose that Mr. Parks had in the first instance intended a joke. He was interested not altogether pleasantly in the situation, but all his questions were unsuccessful in inducing the butler to give a more detailed account of his experiences in the wine cellar. We have now arrived at March 24th, 1812. It was a day of curious experiences for Stephen, a windy, noisy day, which filled the house and the gardens with restless impressions. As Stephen stood by the fence of the grounds and looked out into the park, he felt as if an endless procession of unseen people were sweeping past him on the wind, borne on restlessly and aimlessly, vainly serving to stop themselves, to catch at something that might arrest their flight and bring them once again into contact with the living world of which they had formed a part. After lunch that day, Mr. Ebony said, "Stephen, my boy, do you think you could manage to come to me at tonight as late as 11 o'clock in my study? I shall be busy until that time, and I wish to show you something connected with your future life, which it is most important that you should know. You are not to mention this matter to Miss Bunch, nor to anyone else in the house, and you had better go to your room at the usual time." Here was new excitement added to life. Stephen eagerly grasped at the opportunity of sitting up till 11 o'clock. He looked at the library door on his way upstairs that evening and saw a bazier, which he had often noticed in the corner of the room, moved out before the fire. An old silver glint cup stood on the table, filled with red wine, and some written sheets of paper lay near it. Mr. Ebony was sparkling some incense on the brazier from a round silver box as Stephen passed, but did not seem to notice his step. The wind had fallen, and there was a still night and a full moon. At about 10 o'clock, Stefan was standing at the open window of his bedroom, looking out over the country. Still, as the night was, the mysterious population of the distant moonlit woods was not yet lulled to rest. From time to time, strange cries of the lost and despairing wanderers sounded from across the mere. They might be the notes of owls or water birds, yet they did not quite resemble either sound. Were not they coming nearer? Now they sounded from the nearer side of the water, and in a few moments they seemed to be floating about among the shrubberies. Then they ceased, but just as Stefan was thinking of shutting the window and resuming his reading of Robinson Crusoe, he caught sight of two figures standing in the gravelled entrance that ran along the garden side of the hall. The figures of a boy and a girl, as it seemed. They stood side by side, looking at the windows. Something in the form of a girl recalled irresistibly his dream of the figure in the bath. The boy inspired him with more acute fear, whilst the girl stood still, half smiling, with her hands clasped over her heart. The boy, a thin shape with black hair and ragged clothing, raised his arms in the air with an appearance of malice and of unappeasable hunger and longing. The moon shone upon his almost transparent hands, and Stefan saw that the nails were fearfully long, and that the light shone through them. As he stood with his arms thus raised, he disclosed a terrifying spectacle. On the left side of his chest, there opened a black and gaping rent, and there fell upon Stefan's brain, rather than upon his ear, the impression of one of those hungry and desolate cries that he had heard resounding over the woods of Aswarby all that evening. In another moment, this dreadful pair had moved swiftly and noiselessly over the dry gravel, and he saw them no more. Excessively frightened as he was, he determined to take his candle and go down to Mr. Abney's study, for the hour appointed for their meeting was near at hand. The study, or library, opened out of the front hall on one side, and Stefan, urged by his terrors, did not take long in getting there. To effect an entrance was not so easy. It was not so easy. The door was not locked. He felt sure, for the key was on the outside of it as usual. His repeated knocks produced no answer. Mr. Abney was engaged. He was speaking. What? Why did he try to cry out? And why was the cry choked in his throat? Had he too seen the mysterious children? But now everything was quiet, and the door yielded to Stefan's terrified and frantic pushing. On the table in Mr. Abney's study, certain papers were found which explained the situation to Stephen Elliott when he was of an age to understand them. The most important sentences were as follows. It was a brief, very strongly and generally held by the ancients, of whose wisdom in these matters I have had such experience as induces me to place confidence in their assortance, that by enticing certain processes which to us modern have something of a barbaric complexion, as remarkable enlightenment of the spiritual faculties in oh my god in man may be attended, that for example by absorbing the personalities of a certain number of his fellow creatures, an individual may gain a complete absentee. I don't know, man. Over those whose order of spiritual beings which control the element forces of our universe. It is recorded of Simon Magus that he was able to fly in the air, to become invisible, or to assume any form he pleased, by the agency of the soul of a boy whom, to use the libellous phrase employed by the author of the Clementine Recognition? I don't know, man. He had murdered, I find it set down, moreover, with considerable detail in the writings of Hermes T, that similar happy results may be produced by the absorption of the hearts of not less than 3 human beings below the age of 12 years. To the testing of the truth of his receipt, I have devoted the greater part of the last 20 years, selecting as the corporeal vanilla of my experiment, such persons as conveniently be removed without accusing a sensible gap in society. The first step I effected by the removal of one Phoenix Stanley. That's, a girl of which extraction? On March 24th, 1792, the second by the removal of a wandering Italian lad named Giovanni P. On the night of March 23rd, 1805, the final victim, to employ a word repugnant in the highest degree to my feeling, must be my cousin, Stephen Elliott. His day must be this March 24th, 1812. The best means of effecting the acquired absorption is to remove the heart of the living subject, to reduce it to ashes, and to mingle them without a pint of some red wine, preferably port. The remains of the first 2 subjects at least, it will be well to conceal. A disused bathroom or wine cellar will be found convenient for such a purpose. Some annoyance may be experienced from the portion of the subjects which popular language dignifies with the name of ghosts. But the man of philosophical temperament, to whom alone the experiment is appropriate, will be little prone to attach importance to the feeble efforts of these beings to wreak their vengeance on him. I contemplate with the liveliest satisfaction the enlarged and emancipated existence which the experiment, if successful, will confer on me, not only placing me beyond the reach of human justice, so called, but eliminating to a great extent the prospect of death itself. Mr. Ebony was found in his chair, his head thrown back, his face stamped with an expression of rage, fright, and moral pain. In his left side was a terrible lacerated wound exposing the heart. There was no blood on his hands, and a long knife that lay on the table was perfectly clean. A savage wild cat might have inflicted the injuries. The window of the study was open, and it was the opinion of the coroner that Mr. Abney had met his death by the agency of some wild creature, but Stephen Elliott's study of the papers I have quoted led him to a very different conclusion. The end. What'd you guys think? welcome in. Welcome in, scare. I can't read right now. Messed. Thank you. Oh my god. Hi Cap, hi Nori. Hello. Good job. So Mr. Ebony needed 3 kids to take the hearts of so he could go above the law in I don't know, immortality or something. And it seemed like the children killed him before he could kill his cousin. That's what I'm gathering. Bro, okay, as I'm reading it, it makes no sense. When you guys are listening, does it make sense? But thank you. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Please tell me it makes sense. At least to you guys. At least. Oh my goodness. What'd you guys think? What'd you guys think of Lost Hearts? Makes sense now. Yeah, that was definitely not the Twilight Saga. Also, hi Coco and hi Jordan. Can be rough. That's yes. Think at this hour? True. True. Does it just sound like gibberish? Very flowery to get really descriptive. Yeah. And they also, some of them it's throwing me off because when they say, oh, this poor child, they spelled it pour as in you're pouring something. P-O-U-R. That's why I was like, huh? But then I'm like, oh, they mean pour as in P-O-O-R. So I'm like, oh, okay. Interesting. Wow. Okay, guys. Pick a letter. Pick a letter. I said a letter, not a number. Bro, I need to breathe after that. Q, let me see. Is there any stories that start with Q? So, for those of you who are just stopping in, this is a book that it's called The Ghost Stories, and it's a book with several stories in it. So, Quiznos? Are the books Old English, or do you think the author is self-published without an editor? It's a toss-up. It's one or the other. Honestly. Honestly, you're so right. Like, maybe it's just like it could be like bad translation. I don't know. C. Okay, let's see. But it's okay. Okay. There are a few C ones. You guys are gonna choose. I'm gonna type them. We have Canon Albrecht's Scrapbook. We have Count Magnus. Casting the Runes. Oops. Casting the Runes sounds kind of cool. Oh, there's your 3. Choose between those stories. I don't know. Honestly, I'm asking the same question. Same. Welcome in, vamps. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. So which one would we like? Canon, Count, or Casting the Runes? Oh, Canon. It's a canon event. Casting the Runes? Alrighty. Casting the Runes. That one is very far in, so there's gonna be a lot of clicking to get to that one. Luckily, we're close to the beginning, so I can at least find the page number. Well, where's... Well, where is it? Oh, I have to go through the introduction. Why couldn't you put the table of contents after it? Okay, Casting the Runes. $145. Ooh. Oh wait, what am I doing? I'm so silly. There you go. Canon. Runes are cool. When I think runes, I think RuneScape. Okay. I have to wait for the magic book to load. I don't know how I always end up with old-timey books. I need to read prior. This is what happened last time. Because I just was like, yeah, I'll read this book without giving it a look-see and being like, oop. Yeah, RuneScape. What was the number I said? 400 and something? Hi. Welcome in, oh boy Gene. think he said 145. Knows about dwarf cannon. Wow. 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 What? What? Hang on. Casting runes. Oh, 145. Teehee. I went to like 400 and something. Okay, there we go. Okay, I found it. Oh, this one's interesting. Hey. Back on RuneScape? You should. I haven't played much RuneScape because walking around is a lot. Okay. I gotta take a big deep breath for this one. Okay, everybody, breathe. Unclench your jaw. Relax. Let's breathe together. Breathe in. And out. Just do it slower than that, but Used to play religiously but haven't touched in like 10 years. Well, maybe let's see if casting the runes is convincing enough for you to give RuneScape another go. Okay. This one starts strange, a little strange. It's like little I don't know. Okay. This is casting the runes. Dear sir, I am requested by the council of the association to return to you the draft of a paper on the truth of alchemy, which you have been good enough to offer to read at our forthcoming meeting, and to inform you that the council do not see their way to including it in the program. I am yours faithfully, Secretary. Dear sir, I am sorry to say that my engagements do not permit of my affording you an interview on the subject of your proposed paper, nor do our laws allow of your discussing the matter with a committee of our council as you suggest. Please allow me to assure you that the fullest consideration was given to the draft which you have submitted, and that it was not declined without having been referred to the judgment of the most competent authority. No personal question, it can hardly be necessary for me to add, can have had the slightest influence on the decision of the council. Believe me. The secretary of blank association begs respectfully to inform Mr. Carswell that it is impossible for him to communicate the name of any person or persons to whom the draft of Mr. Carswell's paper may have been submitted, and further desires to in intimate that he cannot undertake to reply to any further letters on his subject. And who is Mr. Carswell? Inquired the secretary's wife. She had called at his office, and perhaps unwarrantably, they picked up the last of the 3 letters which the typist had just brought in. Why, my dear, just at present, Mr. Carswell is a very angry man, but I don't know much about him otherwise, except that he is a person of wealth. His address is Lufford Abbey, Warwickshire, and he's an alchemist apparently, and wants to tell us all about it. And that's about all, except that I don't want to meet him for the next week or 2. Now, if you're ready to leave this place, I am. What have you been doing to make him angry? asked Miss Secretary. The usual thing, my dear, the usual thing. He sent in a draft of paper he wanted to read at the next meeting, and we referred it to Edward Dunning, almost the only man in England who knows about these things, and he said it was perfectly hopeless, so we declined it. So Carswell has been pelting me with letters ever since. The last thing he wanted was the name of the man we referred to his nonsense to. You saw my answer to that, but don't you say anything about it, for goodness sake. I should not think. Indeed, do I ever do such a thing? Oh, same. I do hope, though, he won't get to know that it was poor Mr. Dunning. Poor Mr. Dunning? I don't know why you call him that. He's a very happy man. Is Dunning? Lots of hobbies and a comfortable home, and all his time to himself. I only meant I should be sorry for him if this man gets a hold of his name and came and bothered him. Ah, yes. I dare say he would be poor Mr. Dunning then. The secretary and his wife were lunching out, and the friends to whose house they were bound were Warwickshire people. So Miss Secretary had already settled in her own mind that she would question them judiciously. She's gonna judge him about Mr. Carswell. But she was saved the trouble of leading up to the subject, for the hostess said to the host, before many minutes had passed, I saw the abbot of Lufford this morning. The host whistled. Did you? What in the world brings him up to town? Goodness knows. He was coming out of the British Museum gate as I drove past. It was not unnatural that Miss Secretary should inquire whether this was a real abbot who was being spoken of. Oh no, my dear, only a neighbor of ours in the country who bought Lufford Abbey, a few years ago. His real name is Carswell. Is he a friend of yours? Is he a friend of yours? Asked Mr. Secretary, with a private wink to his wife. The question let loose a torrent of declamation. There was really nothing to be said for Mr. Carswell. Nobody knew what he did with himself. His servants were a horrible set of people. He had advented a new religion for himself and practiced no one could tell what appealing rates. All right. He was very easily offended and never forgave anyone. He had a dreadful face, so the lady insisted, her husband somewhat demurring. He never did a kind action, and whenever influenced he did exert was mischievous. Do the poor man justice, dear, the husband interrupted. You forget the treat he gave the school children. Forget it indeed, but I'm glad you mentioned it, because it gives an idea of the man. Now, Florence, listen to this. The first winter he was at Lufford. This delightful neighbor of ours wrote to the clergyman of his parish. He's not ours, but we know him very well, and offered to show the school children some magic lantern slides. He said he had some new kinds which he thought would interest them. Well, the clergyman was rather surprised because Mr. Carswell had shown himself inclined to be unpleasant to the children, complaining of their trespassing or something of the sort. But of course he accepted, and the evening was fixed. And our friend went himself to see that everything went right. He said he never had been so thankful for anything that was his own. He said he never had been so thankful for anything as oh my god, anything as that his own children were all prevented from being there. They were at a children's party at our house, as a matter of fact, because this Mr. Carswell had evidently set out with the intention of frightening these poor village children out of their wits, and I do believe if he had been allowed to go on, he would actually have done so. He began with some comparatively He began with some comparatively mild things. Oh my god. Red Riding Hood was one, and even then, Mr. Farrar said the wolf was so dreadful that several of the small children had to be taken out. And he said Mr. Carswell began the story by producing a noise like a wolf howling in the distance, which was the most gruesome thing he had ever heard. All the slides he showed, Mr. Farrar, Mr. Farr, there you go, that's your new name, said were all the slides he showed Mr. Farr said were most clever. They were absolutely realistic, and where he had gotten them or how he worked on them, he could not imagine. Well, the show went on, and the stories kept on becoming a little more terrifying each time, and the children were mesmerized into complete silence. At last, he produced a series which represented a little boy passing through his own park, Leford. I mean, in the evening, every child in the room would recognize the place from the pictures, and this poor boy was followed, and at last pursued and overtaken, and either torn in pieces or somehow made away with by a horrible hopping creature in white, which you saw first dodging about among the trees, and gradually it appeared more and more plainly. Mr. Farr said it gave him one of the worst nightmares he had ever remembered, and what it must have meant to the children doesn't bear thinking of. Of course, this was too much, and he spoke very sharply indeed to Mr. Carswell, and said it couldn't go on. All he said was, "Oh, do you think it's time to bring our little show to an end and send them home to their beds? Very well. And then, if you please," he switched on another slide, which showed a great mass of snakes, centipedes, and disgusting creatures with wings, and somehow or other, he made it seem as if they were climbing out of the picture and getting in amongst the audience. And this was accompanied by a sort of dry rustling noise, which sent the children nearly mad. And of course, they stampeded. A good many of them were rather hurt in getting out of the room, and I don't suppose one of them closed an eye that night. There was the most dreadful trouble in the village afterwards. Of course, the mothers threw a good part of the blame on poor Mr. Farr, and if they could have got past the gates, I believe the fathers would have broke every window in the abbey. Well now, Mr. Carswell, that's the Abbot of Leford, my dear, and you can imagine how we covet his society. Oh, my goodness. Yes, I think he has all the possibilities of a distinguished criminal as Carswell, and the host, I should be sorry for anyone who got into his bad books. Is he the man, or am I mixing him up with someone else?" asked the secretary, who for some minutes had been wearing the frown of the man who is trying to recollect something. "Is he the man who brought out a history of witchcraft some time back, 10 years or more?" "Certainly I do." "Oh wait, that's the man. Do you remember the reviews of it?" "Certainly I do. And what's equal to the point, I knew the author of the most incisive of the lot. So do you. You must remember John Harrington. He was at John's in our time." "Oh, well indeed, though. I don't think I saw or heard anything of him between the time I went down and the day I read the account of the inquest on him." "Inquest," said one of the ladies. "What has happened to him?" "Why, what happened was he fell out of the tree and broke his neck. But the puzzle was, what could have induced him to get up there? It was a mysterious business, I must say. Here was this man, not an athletic fellow, was he? And with no eccentric twist about him that was ever noticed, walking home along a country road late in the evening, no tramps about, well known and liked in the place, and he suddenly begins to run like a madman, loses his hat and stick, and finally shins up a tree, quite a difficult tree, growing in the hedge grove. A dead branch gives way, and he comes down with it and breaks his neck. And there's and there he's found next morning with the most dreadful face of fear on him that could be imagined. It was pretty evident, of course, that he had been chased by something, and people talked of savage dogs and beasts escaped from menageries? I don't know. But there was nothing to be made of it. That was in 89, and I believe this brother Henry, whom I remember as well as Cambridge, but you probably don't, has been trying to get on track of an explanation ever since. He, of course, insists there was malice in it, but I don't know. It's difficult to see how it could have come in. After a time, the talk reverted to the history of witchcraft. "Do you ever look into it?" asked the host. "Yes, I did," said the secretary. "I went so far as to read it." Was it as bad as it was made out to be? "Oh, in point of style and form, quite hopeless. It deserved all the pulverizing it got, but besides that, it was an evil book. The man believed every word of what he was saying, and I'm very mistaken if he had tried the greater part of his receipts." "Well, I only remember Harrington's review of it, and I must say, if I'd been the author, it would have quenched my literary ambition for good. I should never have held up my head again." "It hasn't that effect in the present case. But come, it's 3:30. I must be off." On the way home, the secretary's wife said, "I do hope that horrible man won't find out that Mr. Dunning had anything to do with the rejection of his paper." I don't think there's much chance of that," said the secretary. "Dunning won't mention it himself, for these matters are confidential, and none of us will for the same reason. Carswell won't know the name of Dunning. Carswell won't know his name, for Dunning hasn't published anything on the same subject yet. The only danger is that Carswell might find out if he was to ask the British Museum people who was in habit of consulting alchemy manuscripts. I can very well tell them not to mention Dunning, can I? It would set them talking at once. Let's hope it won't occur to him." However, Mr. Carswell was an astute man. This much is in the way of prologue. What? On an evening rather later in the same week, Mr. Edward Dunning was returning from the British Museum, where he had been engaged in research, to the comfortable house in the suburb where he lived alone, tended to two excellent women who had been long with him. There is nothing to be added by way of description of him to what we have heard already. Let us follow him as he takes his sober course homewards. A train took him to within a mile or two of his house, and an electric trim of stage farther. The line ended at the point some 300 yards from his front door. He had had enough of reading when he got into his car, and indeed the light was not such as to allow him to do more than study the advertisements on the panes of glass that faced him as he sat. As was not unnatural, the advertisements in his particular line of cars were objects of his frequent contemplation, and with the possible exception of the brilliant, convincing dialogue between Mr. Lamp and an eminent Casey on the subject of Rick Slyn. Sure. None of them afforded much scope to his imagination. I am wrong. There was one at the corner of the car furthest from him which did not seem familiar. It was in blue letters on a yellow ground, and all that he could read of it was a name, John Harrington, and something like a date. It could be of no interest to him to know more, but for all that, as the car emptied, he was just curious enough to move along the seat until he could read it well. He felt to a slight extent repaid for his trouble. The advertisement was not of the usual type. It ran thus: in memory of John Harrington, FSA, of the Laurels, Ashbrook, died September 18th, 1889. 3 months were allowed. The car stopped. Mr. Dunning, still contemplating the blue letters on the yellow ground, had to be simulated to rise by a word from the conductor. I beg your pardon, he asked. I was looking at that advertisement. It's a very odd one, isn't it? The conductor read it slowly. Well, my word, he said. I have never seen that one before. Well, that is a cure, ain't it? Someone been up to their jokes, I should think. He got out a duster and applied it. Not without saliva? Yep. To the plane and then to the outside. No, he said, returning. That ain't no transfer. Seems to me if it was regularing the glass. What I mean in the substance, as you may say. Don't you think so, sir? Mr. Dunning exclaimed. Examined it. Oh my God, I can't read. Examined it and rubbed it with his gloves, and agreed. Who looks after these advertisements and gives leave for them to be put up? I wish you would inquire. I will just take note of the words. At this moment there came a call from the driver. Look alive, George. Time's up. All right. There's something else. What's up at the end? Wait, huh? All right. There's something else. What's up at this end? You come and look at this your glass. What's gorn with this glass? Said the driver, approaching. Well, in news, Errington. What's it all about? I was just asking who was responsible for putting the advertisements up in your cars, and saying it would be as well to make some inquiry about this one. Well, sir, that's all done to the company orifice. I don't know, man. That work it's our Mr. Timms, I believe, looks into that. When we put up tonight's, I'll leave a word, and perhaps I'll be able to tell you tomorrow if you appear to be coming this way. Oh yeah, think of yourself here. This was all that passed that evening. Mr. Dunning did just go to the trouble of looking up, Ashbrook and found that it was in Warwickshire. Next day, he went to the town again. The car, it was the same car, was too full in the morning to allow of his getting a word with the conductor. He could only be sure that the curious advertisement had been made away with. The close of the day brought a further element of mystery into the transaction. This is interesting. He had missed the train, or else preferred walking home, but at a rather late hour. While he was at work in his study, one of the maids came to say that 2 men from the tramways was very anxious to speak to him. This was a reminder of the advertisement which he says, nearly forgotten, and had the men in. They had the men in. He had the men in. They were the conductor and the driver of the car. And when the matter of refreshment had been attended to, asked Mr. Timms had to say about the advertisement. "Well, sir, that's what we took the liberty to step around about," said the conductor. Mr. Timms gave William the rough side of his tongue about that according to I'm there weren't no advertisement of that description sent in, nor ordered, nor paid for, nor put up, nor no think. Oh my God. Let alone not being there, and we was playing the fool taking up this time. Well, I says, if that's the case, all I ask of you, Mr. Timms, I says, is to take a look at it for yourself. I says, of course, if I ain't there, I says, you may take and call me what you like. Right, he says. I will. We went straight off. Now I leave you two, sir. I leave it to you, sir. And if you aid, as we term 'em, with Errington on it, wasn't as plain as ever, you see. Anything, blue letters on a yeller glass. And I says at the time, and you borned me out, regular in glass, because if you remember, you recollect of me swabbing it with my duster. To be sure I do, quite clearly. Well? You may say well. I don't think Mr. Timms, he gets in the car with a light, no? Oh my God. He told Miss William to hold the light outside. Now, he says, where's your precious ad? What we've earned so much about. We've heard, what we've heard so much about. Here it is, I says, Mr. Timms, and I laid my it says hand, but there's no H. It just says a comma and I lay my hand on it. The conductor paused. Well, said Mr. Dunning, it was gone, I suppose. Broken? Broke? Not it. There weren't, if you believe me. No more trace of them letters, blue letters they was, on the piece o' glass. Then, well, it's no good me talking. I never see such a thing. I left it to William here, but there, as I says, where's the benefit in me going on about it? And what did Mr. Tim say? Why, he did what I gave him leave to, called us pretty much anything he liked. And I don't know, as I blame him so much neither. But what we thought William and me did was, as we seen you take down a bit of a note about that. My brain is imploding. Well, that lettering, I certainly did that, and I have it now. I hope this is understandable to you guys, because I have no idea if I'm speaking English. Oh my goodness. Did you wish to speak to Mr. Timms myself and show it to him? Was that what you came in about? There don't I say as much, said William. Deal with a glint if you get on on track of one. That's my word. Now, perhaps, George, you'll allow as I ain't took you very far wrong tonight. Very well, William. Very well, William. Very well. No need for you to go on as if you'd aid to Frog's March. Me? I come quite. I come quiet, didn't I? What? Sorry, I'm sorry. This whatever I'm reading is baffling me to where I'm losing my composure. Okay. All the same, for that, we hadn't ought to take up your time this way, sir. But if it so happened you could find time to step around to the company's office in the morning and tell Mr. Timms that you seen for yourself, we should lay under a very high obligation to you for the trouble, you see. They got it into their head at, instead of office, it says orifice. I swear. It's office. It's meant to be office, but it's orifice. Fuck. At the orifice, as we seen things as weren't there, why one thing leads to another, and where we should be 12 imps. How much more do we have of this story? What's going on with casting the runes? What is going on? Yeah, Frog March. Well, you can understand what I mean. Amid a further elucidations? I don't know, man. I don't know. Of the proposition, George, conducted by William, left the room. The creditedly. Creditedly. Oh, hi. Welcome back. Of Mr. Timms, who had a nodding acquaintance with Mr. Dunning, was greatly modified on the following day by, hang on, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 12 pages. There's 12 fucking pages left of the casting of the runes. Where's the fucking runes? Why? Oh my god. We're getting through it. We're getting through this. was greatly modified on the following day by what the letter could tell and show him, and any bad mark that might have been attached to the names of William and George was not suffered to remain on the company's book, but explanation there was none. Mr. Dunning's interest in the matter was kept alive by an incident of the following afternoon. He was walking from his club. He was walking from his club to the train, and he noticed some way ahead a man with a handful of leaflets, such as are distributed to the passersby by agents of enterprising firms. This agent had not chosen a very crowded street for his operation. In fact, Mr. Dunning did not see him get rid of a single leaflet before he himself reached the spot. One was thrust into his hand as he passed. The hand that gave it touched his, and he experienced a sort of little shock, little sort of shock as it did so. It seemed unnaturally rough and hot. He looked in the passing at the Guyver, but the impression he got was so unclear that however much he tried to reckon it up subsequently, nothing would come. He was walking quickly, and as he went on glanced at the paper, it was a blue one. The name of Harrington in large capitals caught his eye. He stopped, startled, and felt for his glasses. The next instant, the leaflet was twitching out of his hand by a man who hurried past and was irrecoverably gone. He ran back a few paces, but where was the passerby? And where the distributor? It was in the somewhat pensive frame of mind that Mr. Dunning passed on the following day into the select manuscript room of the British Museum and filled up the tickets for Harley 3,586. Yeah, and some other volumes. After a few minutes, they were brought to him, and he was settling the one he wanted first upon the desk, when he round hastily, and in doing so, brushed the little portfolio of loose papers on the floor. He saw no one he recognized except one of the staff in charge of the room. He nodded to him and proceeded to pick up his paper. He thought he had them all, and he was turning to begin work, when a stout gentleman at the table behind him, who was just raising to leave, and had collected his own belongings, touched him on his shoulder, saying, "May I give this to you? I think it should be yours," and handed him a missing quire. "It was mine, thank you," said Mr. Dunning. In another moment the man had left the room. Upon finishing his work for the afternoon, Mr. Dunning had some conversation with the assistant in charge, and took occasion to ask who the stout gentleman was. "Oh, he's a man named Carswell." And the thank you. What the heck? Thank you, Silver Dragon, for the tier 1, and thank you, Anonymous, for the 5 gifted. What the heck? Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. What the heck? Chat and on. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Back to our book. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, he's a man named Carswell, said the assistant. He was asking me a week ago who were the great authorists on alchemy, and of course I told him you were the only one in the country. I'll see if I can catch him. He'd like to meet you. I'm sure for heaven's sake, don't dream of it, said Mr. Dunning. I'm particularly anxious to avoid him. Oh, very well, said the assistant. He doesn't come here often. I dare say you won't meet him. More than once on the way home that day, Mr. Dunning confessed to himself that he did not look forward with his usual cheerfulness to a solitary evening. It seemed to him that something ill-defined and impalpable had stepped in between him and his fellow man, had taken him in charge, as it were. He wanted to sit close up to his neighbors in the train and in the tram, but as luck would have it, both train and car were markedly empty. The conductor, George, was thoughtful and appeared to be absorbed in calculations as to the number of passengers. On arriving at his house, he found Dr. Watson, his medical man, on his doorstep. I've had to upset your household arrangements, I'm sorry to say, Dunning. Both your servants it says hors de combat. HORS de combat. Hors de combat. In fact, I've had to send them to the nursing home. Good heavens, what's the matter? It's nothing like potamine poisoning. Yep. I should think you've not suffered yourself. I can see, or you wouldn't. What? You've not suffered yourself, I can see, or you wouldn't be walking about. I think they'll pull through all right. Dear, you have any idea what brought it on? Well, they tell me they brought some shellfish from a hawker at their dinner time. It's odd. I've made inquiries, but I can't find any hawker has been to other houses in the street. I couldn't send word to you. They won't be back for a bit. You come and dine with me tonight, anyhow, and we can make arrangements for going on 8 o'clock. Don't be too anxious. The solitary evening was thus avoided. That's not what it says, but that's why I'm making it. At the expense of distress and inconvenience, it is true. Mr. Dunning spent the time pleasantly enough at the doctor. Oh my god. Pleasantly enough with the doctor, a rather recent settler, and returned to his lonely home at about 11:30. The night he passed is not one on which he looks back on with any satisfaction. He was in bed with the light. He was in bed and the light was out. He was wondering if the chairwoman would come early enough to get him a hot water next morning. Thank you for the lower to hydrate, I appreciate it. When he heard the unmistakable sound of his study door opening, no step followed it on the passage floor, but the sound must mean mischief, for he knew that he had shut the door that evening after putting his papers away in his desk. It was rather shame than courage that induced him to slip out into the passage and lean over the banister in his nightgown, listening. No light was visible. No further sound came. Only a gust of warm or even hot air played for an instant around his shins. He went back and decided to lock himself in his room. There was more unpleasantness, however. Either an economical suburban company had decided that their light would not be required in small neighborhoods and had stopped working, or something else was wrong with the meter. The effect was, in any case, that the electric light was off. The obvious course was to find a match, and also to consult his watch. He might as well know how many hours of discomfort awaited him. So he put his hand into the well-known nook under the pillow, only it did not get so far. What he touched was, according to his account, a mouth with teeth, and with hair about it. And he declares not the mouth of a human being. I do not think it is any use to guess what he said or did. But he was in a spare room with the door locked and his ear to it before he was clearly conscious again. And there he spent the rest of a most miserable night, looking every moment for some fumbling at the door, but nothing came. The venturing back to his own room in the morning was attended with many listenings and quiverings. The door stood open. Fortunately, the blinds were up. The servants had been out of the house before the hour of drawing them down. There was, to be short, no trace of an inhabitant. The watch, too, was in its usual place. Nothing was disturbed. Only the wardrobe had swung open in accordance with the confirmed habit. A ring at the back door now announced the charwoman, who had been ordered the night before, and nerved Mr. Dunning, after letting her in, to continue his search in other parts of the house. It was equally fruitless. The day thus begun went on dismally enough. He dared not go to the museum. In spite of what the assistant had said, Carswell might turn up there, and Dunning felt he could not cope with a probable hostile stranger. His own house was odious. He hated sponging on the doctor. He spent some time in a call at the nursing home, where he was slightly cheered by the good report of his housekeeper and maid. Towards lunchtime, he betook himself to his club, again experiencing a gleam of satisfaction at seeing the secretary of the association. At luncheon, Dunning told his friend the more material of his woes, but could not bring himself to speak of those that weighed most heavily on his spirits. "My poor dear man," said the secretary, "what an upset! Look here, we're alone at home, absolutely. You must put up with us." Yes, no excuse. Send your things in this afternoon. Dunning was unable to stand out. He was, in truth, becoming acutely anxious as the hours went on, as to what the night might have waiting for him. He was almost happy as he hurried home to pack up his friends when they had time to take stock of him were rather shocked at his lorn appearance, and did their best to keep him up to the mark. Not altogether without success, but when the two men were smoking alone together, Dunning became dull again. Suddenly, he said, Gayton, I believe the alchemist man knows it was I who got his paper rejected. Gayton whistled. What makes you think that? He said. Dunning told of his conversation with the museum assistant. Gayton could only agree that the guess seemed likely to be correct. Not that I care much, Dunning went on, only it might be a nuisance if we were to meet. He's a bad-tempered party, I imagine. Conversation dropped again. Gayton became more and more strongly impressed with the dissonance that came over Dunning's face and bearing, and finally, though, with a considerable effort, he asked him point blank whether something serious was not bothering him. Dunning gave an exclamation of relief. I was perishing to get it off my mind, he said. Do you know anything about a man named John Harrington? Gayton was thoroughly startled, and at that moment could only ask why. Then the complete story of Dunning's experience came out. What had happened in the tramcar, in his own house, and in the street of the troubling of spirit that had crept over him and held him, and he ended with the question he had begun with. Gayton was at a loss of how to answer him. To tell the story of Harrington's end would perhaps be right. Only Dunning was in a nervous state. The story was a grim one, and he could not help asking himself whether there were not a connecting link between these two cases. In the person of Carswell, it was a difficult concession? One of the two. For a scientific man, but it could be eased by the phrase hypnotic suggestion. In the end, he decided that his answer tonight should be guarded. He would talk the situation over with his wife. So he said that he had known Harrington at Cambridge, blah, 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 and believed that he had died suddenly in 1989, adding a few details about the man and his published work. He did talk over the matter with Mrs. Gayton, and he had anticipated. She leapt at once to the conclusion which had been hovering before him. It was she who reminded him of It was she who reminded him of the surviving brother, Henry Harrington, and she also who suggested that he might be got hold of by means of their hosts of the days before. He might be a hopeless crank, objected Gayton. That could be ascertained from the Bennets, who knew him. Mrs. Gayton resorted, and she undertook to see the Bennets the very next day. It is not necessarily to tell in further detail the steps of which Henry Harrington and Dunning were brought together. The next scene that does require to be narrated in a conversation that took place between the two Dunning had told Harrington of the strange ways in which the dead man's name had been brought before him, and had said something besides of his own subsequent experiences. Then he had asked if Harrington was disposed, in return, to recall any of the circumstances connected with his brother's death. Harrington's surprise at what he had heard can be imagined, but his reply was readily given. John, he said, was in a very odd state, undeniably from the time during some weeks before, though not immediately before the catastrophe. There were several things. The principal notion he had was that he thought he was being followed. No doubt he was an impressionable man, but he never had such fallacies as this before. I cannot get it out of my mind that there was ill will at work, and what you tell me about yourself reminds me very much of my brother. Can you think of any possible connecting link? There is just one that has been taking shape vaguely in my mind. I've been told that your brother reviewed a book very severely not long before he died, and just lately I have happened to cross the path of the man who wrote the book in a way he would resent. Don't tell me the man was called Carswell. Why not? That is exactly his name. Henry Harrington leant back. That is final to my mind. Now I must explain further. From something he said, I feel sure that my brother John was beginning to believe, very much against his will, that Carswell was at the bottom of his trouble. I want to tell you what seems to me have a bearing on the situation. My brother was a great musician and used to run up to concerts in town. He came back 3 months before he died from one of these and gave me his program. To look at. An analytical program. He always kept them. I nearly missed this one, he said. I suppose I must have dropped it. Anyhow, I was looking for it under my seat and in my pockets and so on. And my neighbor offered me his, and might he give it me? Yep. And he had no further use for it. And he went away just afterwards. I don't know who he was. A stout, clean-shaven man? I should have been sorry to miss it. Of course, I could have brought another, but this cost me nothing. At another time, he told me that he had been very comfortable both on the way to his hotel and during the night. I piece things together now in thinking it over. Then, not very long after, he was going over these programmies. Thank you for the self-care. Oh my goodness. What an interesting read. Putting them in order to have them bound up. And in this particular one, which, by the way, I had hardly glanced at, he found quite near the beginning a strip of paper with some very odd writing on it in red and black. Most carefully done. It looked to me more like runic letters than anything else. Why, he said, this must belong to that fat neighbor. It looks as if it might be worth returning to him. It may be a copy of something. Evidently, someone has taken trouble over it. How can I find his address? We talked it over for a little and agreed that it wasn't worth advertising about, and that my brother had better look out for the man at the next concert, to which he was going very soon. The paper was lying on the book, and we were both by the fire. It was a cold, windy summer evening. I suppose the door blew open, though I didn't notice it. At any rate, a warm gust it was, came quite suddenly between us, took the paper and blew it straight into the fire. It was light, thin paper, and flared and went up in the chimney in a single ash. Well, I said, you can't give it back now, he said. He said nothing for a minute. Then, rather crossly, no, I can't. But why should you, bleh. No, I can't. But why you should keep on saying so, I don't know, I remarked. I didn't say it more than once. Not more than 4 times, you mean, was all he said. I remember all that very clearly, without any good reason. And now, to come to the point, I don't know if you looked at the book of Carswell's, which my unfortunate brother reviewed. It's not only that you should, but I did, both before his death and after it. The first time we made game of it together. It was written in no style at all. Split infamies. Oh, whatever. Infinities? And every sort of thing that makes an Oxford George rise. Then there was nothing that the man didn't swallow, mixing up classical myths and stories of the Golden Legend with reports of a savage customs of today. All very proper, no doubt, if you know how to use them. But he didn't. He seemed to put the Golden Legend and the Golden Bow. It's like dough, but with a B, so bow. Exactly on a par. And to believe both, a pitiable exhibition, in short. Well, after the misfortune, I looked over the book again. It was no better than before, but the impression which it left this time on my mind was different. I suspected that I told you that Carswell had borne ill will to my brother, even that he was in some way responsible for what had happened, and now his book seemed to me to be a very sinister performance indeed. One chapter in particular struck me, in which he spoke of casting the runes, that's the name of the story, on people, either for the purpose of gaining their affection or of getting them out of the way. Perhaps more especially the latter. He spoke of all this in a way that really seemed to me to imply actual knowledge. I've not only I've not time to go into details, but the upshot is that I am pretty sure from information received that the civil man at the concert was Carswell. I more than suspect, that the paper was of importance, and I do believe that if my brother had been able to give it back, he might have been alive now. Therefore, it occurs to me to ask you whether you have anything to put beside what I have told you. By way of answer, Dunning had the episode in the manuscript room at the British Museum to relate. Then he did actually hand you some papers. Have you examined them? No? Because we must, if you'll allow it. Look at them at once and in very carefully. They went to the still empty house. Empty. For the two servants were not yet able to return to work. Dunning's portfolio of papers was gathering dust on the writing table. In it were quarries of small-sized scribbling paper which he used for his transcripts. And from one of these, as he took it up, there slipped and fluttered out into the room with uncanny quickness a strip of thin light paper. The window was open, but Harrington slammed it to, just in time to intercept the paper which he caught. I thought so, he said. It might be the identical thing that was given to my brother. You'll have to look out, Dunning. This may mean something quite serious for you. A long consultation took place. The paper was narrowly examined. As Huntington had said, the chapters on it were more like runes than anything else, but not deciphered by either man, and both hesitated to copy them, a fear, as they confessed, of perpetuating whatever evil purpose they might conceal. So it has remained impossible, if I may anticipate a little, to ascertain what was conveyed in this curious message or commission. Both Dunning and Harrington are firmly convinced that it had the effect of bringing its processors into a very inexorable company, that it must be returned to the source whence it came. They were agreed, and further, that the only safe and certain way was that of personal service, and here contrivance would be necessary. For Dunning was known by slight to Carswell. He must, for one thing, alter his appearance by shaving his beard. But then, might not the below fall first? Harrington thought they could time it. He knew the date of the concert at which the black spot had been put on his brother. I can't read anymore. It's imploding my brain cells. It was June 18th. The death had followed on September 18th. Dunning reminded him that 3 months had been mentioned in the inscription on the car window. Perhaps, he added, with a cheerless laugh, mine may be a bill at 3 months, too. I believe I can fix it by my diary. By my diary? Diary. Yes, April 23rd was the day at the museum. That brings us to July 23rd. Oh, excuse me. Now you know, it becomes extremely important to me to know anything you will tell me about the progress of your brother's trouble. If it is possible for you to speak of it, of course. Well, the sense of being watched whenever he was alone was the most distressing thing to him. After a time, I took to sleeping in his room, and he was all the better for it. Still, he talked a great deal in his sleep. What about? Is it wiser to dwell on that at last before things are straightened out? I think not. But I can tell you this. 2 things came for him by post during these weeks, both with a London postmark and addressed in a commercial hand. One was a woodcut of Bewick's, roughly torn out of the page, one which shows a moonlit road and a man walking along it, followed by an awful demon creature. Under it were written the lines of the ancient Mariner, which I suppose the cut illustrates, about one who, having once looked around, walks on and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful friend doth close behind him tread. The other was a calendar which a tradesman often sent, The other was a calendar such as tradesmen often send. My brother paid no attention to this, but I looked at it after his death, and found that everything after September 18th had been torn out. You may be surprised at his having gone out alone the evening he was killed. But the fact is, during the last 10 days or so of his life, he had been quite free. Sorry. Oh, excuse me. Quite free from the sense of being followed or watched. The end of the consultation was this. Harrington, who knew a neighbor of Carswell's, thought he saw a way of keeping a watch on his movements. It would be Dunning's part to be in the readiness to try to cross Carswell's path at any moment, to keep the papers safe and in place of ready access. They parted. The next weeks were no doubt a severe strain upon Dunning's nerves. The intangible barrier which had seemed to raise about him on the day when he received the paper gradually developed into a brooding blackness that cut him off from the means of escape to which one might have thought he might resort. No one was at hand who was likely to suggest them to him, and he seemed robbed of all innovation. What? My brain stopped. We don't get that word. He lost his brain as I lose mine. He waited with inexpressible anxiety as May, June, and early July passed on for a mandate from Harrington. But all this time Carswell remained immovable at Lefort. At least in less than a week before the date he had come to look upon as the end of his earthly activities came a telegram. Leaves Victoria by boat train Thursday night. Do not miss. I come to you tonight. Harrington. He arrived accordingly, and they concocted plans. The train left Victoria at 9, and its last stop before Dover was Credon. West Hennington would mark down Carswell at Victoria and look out the Dunning at Croydon, calling to him if need were by a name agreed upon. Dunning, disguised as far as might be, was to have no label or initials on any hand luggage, and must be at all costs have the paper with him. Dunning's suspense as he waited on the Croydon platform. I need not attempt to describe his sense of danger during the last days had only been sharpened by the fact that the cloud about him had precipitably been lighter, but relief was an ominous symptom, and if Carswell elude him now, hope was gone. And there were so many chances of that. The rumor of the journey might be itself a device. The 20 minutes in which he paced the platform and persecuted every porter with inquiries as to the boat train were as bitter as he had spent. Still, the train came, and Hennington was at the window. It was important, of course, that there should be no recognition, so Dunning got in at the further end of the corridor carriage, and only gradually made his way to the compartment where Huntington and Carswell were. He was pleased on the whole to see that the train was far from full. Carswell was on the alert, but gave no sign of recognition. Dunning took the seat not immediately facing him, and attempted vainly at first, then with increasing command of his faculties, to reckon the possibilities of making the desired transfer. Opposite to Carswell and next to Dunning was a heap of Carswell's coats on the seat. It would be of no use to slip the paper into these. He would not be safe, would not feel so unless in some way it could be preferred by him and accepted by the other. There was a handbag open, and with papers in it. Could he manage to conceal this, so that perhaps Carswell might leave the carriage without it? and then find and give it to him? This was the plan that suggested itself. If he could only have concealed with Harrington. But that could not be. The minutes went on. More than once, Carswell rose and went out into the corridor. The second time, Dunning was on the point of attempting to make the bag fall off the seat. He caught Harrington's eye and read in it a warning. Carswell from the corridor was watching, probably to see if the two men recognized each other. He returned, but was evidently restless, and when he rose the third time, hope dawned, for something did slip off his seat and fell with a heartily sound on the floor. Carswell went out once more and passed out of range of the corridor window. Dunning picked up what had fallen and saw that the key was in his hands in the form of the cook's ticket cases. With the tickets in, these cases have a pocket in the cover, and within very few seconds, the paper which we have heard was in the pocket of this one. To match the operation more secure, to make the operation more secure, Harrington stood in the doorway of the compartment and fiddled with the blade. It was done, and done at the right time, for the train was now slowing down towards Dover. In a moment more, Carswell re-entered the compartment. As he did so, Dunning managing, he knew not how to suppress the tremble in his voice, handed him the ticket case, saying, "May I give you this, sir? I believe it is yours." After a brief glance at the ticket inside, Carswell uttered the hoped-for response, "Yes, it is much obliged to you, sir," and he placed it in his breast pocket. Even in the few moments that remained, moments of tense anxiety, for they knew not what a premature finding of the paper might lead, both men noticed that the carriage seemed to darken about them and grew warmer. Carswell was frigid and oppressed. That he drew with the heap of loose coats near him and cast it back as if it repelled him, and that then sat upright and glanced anxiously at both. They, with sickening anxiety, bruised themselves in collecting their belongings, but they both thought that Carswell was on the point of speaking when the train stopped at Dover town. It was natural that in the short space between town and pier they should both go into the corridor. At the pier they got out, but so empty was the train that they were forced to linger on the platform until Carswell should have passed ahead of them. With his porter on the way to the boat, and only then was it safe for them to exchange pleasure of the hand and a word of concentrated congratulation. The effect upon Dunning was to make him almost faint. Huntington made him lean up against the wall, while he himself went forward a few yards within sight of the gateway to the boat, at which Carswell had now arrived. The man at the head of the head of it examined his ticket and laden with coats. He passed down into the boat. Suddenly, the official called after him, "You, sir, beg pardon, did the other gentleman show his ticket?" "What the devil do you mean by the other gentleman?" Carswell's voice snarled, called back to the deck. The men bent over and looked at him. "The devil? Well, I don't know, I'm sure." Harrington heard him say to himself, and then aloud, "My mistake, sir. Must have been your rags." "Ask your pardon," and then to a subordinate near him, "Ain't he got a dog with him, or what? Funny thing, I could have sworn he wasn't alone. Well, whatever it was, they've to see. They'll have to see it aboard. She's off now. Another week and she'll be getting the auditory customers in 5 minutes." More there was nothing but the lessening lights of the boat, the long line of the Dover lamps, the night breeze, and the moon. Bah. Long and long the two sat in their room at the Lord Warden. In spite of the removal of their greatest anxiety, they were oppressed with a doubt not of the lightest. Had they have been justified in sending him at last? "No," said Huntington. "If he is the murderer, I think... But how? If he is the murderer, I think him... We have done no more than is just. Still, if you think it better..." "Only," said Dunning, "I saw that if I wired to the hotels there in Joanne's Guild, 'Examine your ticket case, Dunning,' I should feel happier. This is the 21st. He will have a day. But I am afraid he has gone into the dark." So telegrams were left at the hotel office. It is not clear whether these reached their destination or whether, if they did, they were understood. All is known is that on the afternoon of the 23rd, an English traveler examined the front of St. Wilfram's Church at Abbeville, then under extensive repair was struck on the head and instantly killed by a stone falling from the scaffold erected around the northwestern tower. Their being was clearly proved on no workman on the scaffold at that moment, and the traveler's papers identified him as Mr. Carswell. Only one detail shall be added. At Carswell's sale at set of Bewick, sold with all faults, was acquired by Huntington. The page with the woodcut of the traveler and the demon was, he had expected, mutilated. Also, after a judicious interval, Huntington repeated to Dunning something of what he had heard his brother say in his sleep. But it was not long after Dunning stopped him. And that was Casting the Runes. Oh my god, I don't even know what I just read. What did I read? Hello? My brain. So Wizard Man wanted his book to be talked about and put on the paper, and guys were like, "Nah, that's boring. Bad book." And they're like, "Huh, how dare you? I put a curse on you." And then he was like, "There's a mouse in my bed." And then they gave him a ticket, and somehow he died. I don't know, man. I don't even can one of you, okay. Can you guys please decipher what I just read? While I stretch. Oh my god. What was that? Do you get? You want one ear and out the other? Bro, I feel like I need to listen to like I need to listen to like a modern day documentary. Cause my brain is like that was insane. Casting of the runes. The only runes there was like runes on the piece of paper. So the piece of paper that they put in his like ticket thing was probably the rune paper. I don't know, bro. It was just nonsense. Yeah, it's definitely, you can, as you're reading a chapter, especially a chapter as long as this, you can tell when the writer takes a break and then waits a few days and then comes back. It's like one portion of that I was like, am I having a fever dream? What's happening? And like I don't know. What'd you get? What even ghost story was that? That's not a ghost story. I do want to say thank you so much to Silver and Anonymous Gifter. Thank you. Thank you guys. And wow, we got our daily sub goal. Thank you so much. Buh. Okay. I'm tempted for one more, but it has to be a short one. Let me look in the table of contents. My brain feels like it's gonna explode. So, what are your guys' thoughts on this book? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, how many pages was that? Hang on. Okay, it started at 129, and then it ended. No, wait. It started at 145 and it ended at 165. So it's 20 pages. Because of the language, bruh, felt like forever. Give me a short one. I don't think there is. Okay, this one's no, we already read Lost Hearts. Oh wait. Okay, there's a short one. Okay. The last one we're going to read is called Two Doctors. And it looks relatively short. It goes from 281 to 289. So, yeah. 8. Right? 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay. Get all cozied up. Okay, let me. 281. get your predictions in your head what you think it's gonna be. Oop, I went too far. There we go. Whew. Now I have to wait for it to refresh. Oh my god. Okay. Excuse me, book. I would like to read you, but I can't if you're a spinning loading wheel. I'll refresh. Okay, we just gotta wait. Oh wait, there it is. Only half of it though. Okay. Okay. 2 doctors. It is a very common thing in my experience to find papers shut up in old books. But one of the rarest things to come across any such that are at all interesting. Still it does happen, and one should never destroy them unlooked at. Now, it was a practice of mine before the war occasionally to buy old ledgers of which the paper was good, and which processed a good many blank leaves, and to extract these and use them for my own notes and writings. One such I purchased for a small sum in 1911. It was slightly clasped, and its boards were warped by having for years been obliged to embrace a number of extrudous sheets. 3/4 of this inserted matter had most all vestige of importance for any living human being. One bundle had not. That it belonged to a lawyer is a certain, for it is endorsed. The strangest case I have yet met, and bears initials and an address in Gray's Inn. It is only matters for a case, and consists of statements by possible witnesses. The man who would have been the defendant or prisoner seems never to have appeared. The dossier is not complete, but such as it is, it furnishes a riddle in which the supernatural appears to play a part. You must see what you can make of it. The following is the setting and the tale as I elect it. The scene is Islington in 1718, and the time the month of June. A countrified place, therefore, and a pleasant season. Dr. Abel was walking in his green one afternoon, waiting for his horse to be brought around, that he might set out on his visit for the day. To him entered his confidential servant, Luke Jennett, who had been with him 20 years. I said, I wish to speak to him, and what I said to say might take some quarter of an hour. He accordingly bade me to go into his study, which was a room opening on the terrace path where he was walking, and came in himself and sat down. I told him, much against my will, I must look out for another place. He inquired, what was my reason in consideration? What was my reason? In consideration, I had been so long with him. I said if he would excuse me, he would do me a great kindness, because this appears to have been a common form even in 1718. I was one that always liked to have everything pleasant about me. As well as I can remember, he said that was... Why is my cat licking my desk? There's nothing... What? Sorry. You're welcome, Jay. Have a good day at work. Have everything pleasant about me, as well as I can remember. He said that was his case likewise. But he would wish to know why I should change my mind after so many years. And says he, you know, there can be no talk of a remembrance of you in my wall if you leave my service now. I said I had made my reckoning of that. Then, he says, you must have some complaint to make. If I could, I would willingly set it right. And at that I told him, not seeing how I could keep it back, the matter of my former advent and of the bedstaff in the dispensing room, and said that a house where such things happen was no place for me, at which he was looking very black upon me, said no more, but could fool me, and said he would pay what was owing me in the morning. And so, his horse being waiting went out. So for the night I lodged with my sister's husband near Battlebridge, and it came early next morning to my late master, who then made a great matter that I had not lain in his house, and stopped a crown not of my wages owning. After that I took service here and there, not for long at a time, and saw no more of him until I came to be Dr. Quin's man at Odds Hall in Islington. There is one very obscure part in this statement, namely the reference to the former avid and the matter of the bedstaff. The former avid is not in the bundle of papers. It is to be feared that it was taken out to be read because of its special oddity, and not put back. Of what nature the story was may be guessed later, but as yet no clue has been put into our hands. The rector of Islington, Jonathan Pratt, is the next step forward. He furnishes a particular of the standing and reputation of Dr. Abel and Dr. Quinn, both of whom lived and practiced in his parish. It was not to be supposed, he says, that a physician should be a regular attendant at morning and evening prayers, or at the Wednesday lectures, but within the measure of their ability, I would say that both these persons fulfilled their obligations as loyal members of the Church of England. At the same time as you desire my private mind, I must say, in the language of the schools, distinguishono. Dr. A was to me a source of perplexity. Dr. Q, to my eye, a plain, honest believer, not inquiring over closely into points or belief, but squaring his practice to the lights he had. The other interest himself in questions to the province, as I hold designs no answer to. No answer to be given in this state. He would ask me, for example, what place I believed those beings now to hold in the shame of creation, by which some are thought neither to have stood fast when the rebel angels fell, nor to have joined with them to the full pitch of their transgression. As was suitable, my first answer to him was a question: what warrant he had for supposing any such beings exist, for that there was none in Scripture. I took it he was aware. It appeared, as for I am the subject, the whole tale may be given, that he grounded himself on such passages as that of the satire, which Jerome tells us conserved with Anthony, but thought too that some parts of the Scripture might be cited in support, and besides, said he, you know, 'tis the universal belief amongst those that spend their days and nights abroad, and I would add that if your calling took you so continuously as it does me about the country lanes by night, you might not be so surprised as to see you by my suggestion. You are then of John Milton's mind, I said, and hold that. Millions of spiritual creatures walk the earth unseen, both when we wake and when we sleep. I do not know, he said, why Milton should take upon himself to say unseen, though to be sure he was blind when he wrote that. But for the rest, why yes, I think he was in the right. Well, I said, though not so often as you, I am not seldom called abroad pretty late, but I have no mind of meeting a satire in our Islington lanes in all the years I have been here, and if you had the better luck, I am sure the Royal Society would be glad to know of it. I am reminded of these rifling expressions because Dr. A took them so ill. Tramping out of the room in a huff with some such word as that these high and dry persons had no eyes but for a prayer book or a pint of wine. But this was the only time that our conversation took a remarkable turn. There was an evening where he came in at first seeming gay and in good spirits, but afterwards, as he sat and smoked by the fire, falling into a musing way, out of which to rouse him, I said pleasantly that I suppose he had no meetings of late with his odd friends, a question which efficiently aroused him, for He looked most wildly, and as if scared, upon me, and said, "You were never there? I did not see you. Who brought you?" And then in a more collected tone, "What was this about a meeting? What was this about a meeting? I believe I must have been in a daze." To which I answered, "I was thinking of fawns and centaurs in the dark lane, and not of a witch's Sabbath, but it seemed he took it differently." "Well," said he, "I can pledge guiltily, guilty? Yeah, I can plead guilty to neither, but I find you very much more of a skeptic than becomes your cloth. If you care to know about the dark lane, you might do worse than ask my housekeeper that lived at the other end of it when he was a child." "Yes," I said, "and the old woman in the almshouse and the children in the kiln. If I were you, I would send your brother Quinn for a bolus to clear your brain." "Damn Quinn," says he. "Talk no more of him. He has embezzled 4 of my best patients this month. I believe it is that cursed man of his, Janet. Yeah, that used to be with him. His tongue is very still. It should be nailed to the pillory if he had his deserts." This, I may say, was the only time of his showing me that he had any grudge against either Dr. Quinn or Janet. And as was my business, I did my best to persuade him he was mistaken in them, yet I could not be denied that some respectable families in the parish had given him the cold shoulder, and for no reason that they were willing to algae. The end was that he said he had not done so ill at Islington, but that he could afford to live at ease elsewhere when he chose, and elsewhere he borne Dr. Quinn to Dr. Quinn no malice. I think I now remember what observation of mine drew him into the train of thought which he next pursued. It was, I believe, my mentioning some juggling tricks which my brother in the East Indies had seen at the court of the Raja of Mysore. All right. "A convenient thing enough," said Dr. Abel to me, "if by some arrangement a man could get the power of communicating motion and energy to inanimate objects, as if the axe would move itself against him, and that lifts it, something of that kind. Well, I don't know that was in the mind so much, but if you could summon such a volume of your shelf, or even order it to open at the right page." He was sitting by the fire. It was cold. It was a cold evening, and stretched out his hand that way. And just then the fire irons, or at least the poker, fell over towards him with a great clatter, and I did not hear what else he had said. But I told him that I could not easily conceive an arrangement, as he called it, of such a kind that would not include as one of the conditions a heavier payment than any Christian would care to make, in which he assented. Yeah, but, he said, I have no doubt these bargains can be made very tempering, very persuasive. Still, you would not favor them, doctor? I suppose not. Good night, Code. Good night. Thank you for listening. This is as much as I know of Dr. Abel's mind and the feeling between these men. Dr. Quinn, as I said, was a plain, honest creature, and a man whom I have indeed, I have before now gone to him for advice on matters of business. He was, however, very now and again, and particularly of late, not exempt from troublesome fancies. There was certainly a time when he was so much harassed. I can't read anymore. Harassed by his dreams that he could not keep to himself, but would tell them to his acquaintances, and among them to me. I was at supper at his house, and he was not inclined to let me leave him at my usual time. If you go, he said, there will be nothing for it, but I must go to bed and dream of my Shrilistia. You might be worse off, said I. I do not think it, he said. He shook himself like a man who is displeased with the complexion of his thoughts. I only meant, I said, that a Chrysalis is an innocent thing. This one is not, he said, and I do not care to think of it. However, sooner than lose my company, he was fain to tell me, for I pressure him, that this was a dream which had come to him several times of late, and even more than once in a night. It was so affect that he seemed to himself to wake under an extreme compulsion to rise and go out the door. So he would dress himself and go down to his garden door. By the door there stood a spade, which he must take and go out into the garden, and at a particular place is in the shrubbery somewhat clear, and upon which the moon shone, for there was always in his dreams a full moon. He would feel himself forced to dig, and after some time the spade would uncover something light-colored, which he would perceive to be stuff, linen, and woolen, and this he must clear with his hands. It was always the same, of the size of a man, and shaped like a, is that chrysalis? I think I've ever seen chrysalis spelled out before, if that is what that is. Yeah, chrysalis! Oh. Chrysalis of a moth, with the folds showing a promise of opening at one end. He could not describe how gladly he would have left all that at this stage and run to the house, but he must not escape so easily. So, with many groans, and knowing only too well what to expect, he parted these folds of stuff, or, as it sometimes seemed to be, membrane, and disclosed a head covered with a smooth pink skin, which, breaking as the creature seared, showing him his own face in the state of death. The telling of this so much disturbed him that I was forced out of the mere compassion to sit with him the greater part of the night and talk to him upon indifferent subjects. He said that upon every reoccurrence of this dream, he woke and found himself, as it were, fighting for his breath. Another extract from Luke Jennett's long, continuous statement comes in at this point. I never told tales of my master, Dr. Abel, to anybody in the neighborhood. When I was in another service, I remember to have spoken to my fellow servants about the matter of the bedstaff, but I am sure I never said either I or he were the persons concerned, but it met with so little credit that I was offended and thought best to keep it to myself. And when I came back to Islington and found Dr. Abel still there, who I was told had left the parish, I was clear that it behoved me to use great discretion, for indeed I was afraid of the man, and it is certain I was no party to bespread any ill report of him. My master, Dr. Quinn, was a very just, honest man, and no maker of mischief. I am sure he never seared a finger nor said a word by way of inducement to a soul to make them leave going to Dr. Abel and come to him. Nay, he would hardly be persuaded to attend them that came until he was convinced that if he did not, they would send into the town for a physician rather than do as they hath done. We roll with it. I believe it may be proved that Dr. Abel came into my master's house more than once. We had a new chambermaid out of Herefordshire, and she asked me who was the gentleman that was looking after the master. That is Dr. Quinn. When he was out and seemed so disappointed that he was out, she said whoever he was, he knew the way of the house well, running at once into the study and then into the dispensing room, and last into the bedchamber. I made her tell me what he was like, and what she said was suitable enough to Dr. Abel. But besides, she told me she saw the same man at church, and someone told her that was the doctor. It was just after this that my master began to have his bed nights and complain to me and other persons, and in particular what discomfort he suffered from his pillows and bedclothes. He said he must buy something to suit him, and should do his own marketing, and accordingly brought home a parcel which he said was of the right quality, but where he bought it, we had then no knowledge. Only they were marked in thread with a cornet, and a bird. The woman said they were of a sort of not commonly met. What? The woman said they were of a sort not commonly met with, and very fine. And my master said they were the comfortablest he had ever used. And he slept both soft and deep. Also, the feather pillows were the best sorted, and his head would sink into them as if they were a cloud, which I myself have remarked several times when I have came to wake him of a morning, his face being almost hid by the pillows overclosing it. I had ever any communication with Dr. Abel after I came back to Islington, but one day when he passed me in the street and asked me whether I was looking for another service, to which I answered I was very well suited where I was, but he said I was tickle-minded, a tickle-minded fellow, and he doubted not he should soon hear I was on the world again, which indeed proved true. Dr. Pratt is next taken up where he left off. On the 16th I was called up out of my bed soon after it was light. That was about 5, with a message that Dr. Quinn was dead or dying. Making my way to his house, I found there was no doubt which was the truth. All the persons in the house, except the one that let me in, were already in his chamber and standing about his bed, but none touching him. He was stretched in the midst of the bed, on his back, without any disorder, and indeed had the appearance of one ready laid out of burial. His hands, I think, were even crossed on his breast. The only thing not usual was that nothing was to be seen of his face. The two ends of the pillow or bolster appearing to be closed quite over it. These I immediately pulled apart, and at the same time rebulking those present, and apparently the man, for not only once coming to the assistance of his master. He, however, only looked at me and shook his head, having evidently no more hope than myself that there was anything but a corpse before us. Indeed, it was plain to anyone possessed of the last experience that he was not only dead, but he had died of suffocation. Nor could it be convinced that his death was accidentally caused by a mere folding of the pillow over his face. How should he not, feeling the oppression, have lifted his hands to put it away? Where is not a fold of the sheet which was closely gathered about him, as I now observe, was disordered? The next thing was to procure a physician. I bethought me of this on leaving my house, and sent on the messenger who had come to me to Dr. Abel. But I now heard that he was away from home, and the nearest surgeon was got, who however could tell no more. Alas, without opening the body than we already knew. As to any person entering the room evil purpose, which was the next point to be cleared. It was visible that the bolts of the door were burst from their stenches, and that the stenches broken away from the doorpost by main force. There was a significant body of witness, the smith among them, to testify that this had been done but a few minutes before I came. The chamber being more for at the top of the house, the window was neither easy of access nor did it show any sign of an exit that way, either by marking upon still or footprints below upon a soft mound. The surgeon's evidence forms, of course, part of the report of the inquest, but since it was nothing but remarks upon the healthy state of the larger organs and the coagulation of blood in various parts of the body, it need not be reproduced. The verdict was death by the visitation of God. Annexed to the other papers is one which I was at first inclined to suppose, and made its way among them by mistake. Upon further consideration, I think I can divine a reason for its presence. It relates to the rifling of a person in Middlesex, which stood in a park, now broken up, the property of a noble family, which I will not name. The outrage was not that of an ordinary resurrection man. The object, it seemed likely, was theft. The account is blunt and terrible. I shall not quote it. A dealer in the north of London suffered heavy penalties as a receiver of stolen goods in connection with the affair. That was the two doctors. The end. Thank you for the self-care. Ooh. What? Where's my spooky? Where's my scary? All he did was have a nightmare where he saw like a big cocoon and saw his own dead body, which is a nightmare. But where's my ghost? These are supposed to be ghost stories. Hi, rodent. Hello. That was the two doctors. What did we think of that? What did we gather from that? I don't even know what I gathered from that, and I'm the one who read it. GG, yes. That was the last story of tonight. My brain is absolutely cooked. It was not very spooky, yeah. Honestly, I don't remember the first story. The number 13. That one was the best. I think that was the best one, because we got a descriptive of a spooky hand. That one, and then the one was it the Lost Hearts? Yeah, those two were the best. Those two were the best ones out of them. Oh my god. Oof. So what'd you guys think? What was your favorite out of the stories? I agree, yeah, not very spooky. Not very spooky. Not very scary. For very interesting, thank you for the self-care. I have a stretch. for very interesting language of how it was written. I think I did all right. I think I did a decent job. My brain, I'm cooked. I'm mentally cooked. And I say with that, this ends our reading for today. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me, and welcome in. Hello everybody, a lot of new faces here. Hi. If you're not familiar who I am, hello, I'm Jasper Geist. I'm a ghost VTuber who plays a variety of spooky, scary games, and I stream usually Monday through Friday around 11 p.m. PST. You can join our Discord if you'd like to know when I go live, or you can follow my socials, !Discord, !socials. Yeah, it's not very often that we read, but it is. We've only read one other time before, and it was the Brothers Grimm, and I always find myself, I always end up picking old English books, and it wasn't my intention. This one I just was like, ooh, ghost stories, and I like the cover. This is your warning to, before you start a book, read into it a little bit until you commit. Yeah, true. Oh, for books has to be 100 years old? Damn. I didn't know that. I was thinking about raiding Kale, but she's going on 10 hours. What? Dang it. Damn. I will take you guys to a chill place. Yes, please. I will take a suggestion. Preferably a chill vibes. Nothing too loud. I'm sure many people are eeping. Thank you for the follow, Sonics. Welcome. You should rate. Wow. Whoa, honestly. Their brain looks absolutely cooked. So, maybe not. Maybe somebody else. But yeah, tomorrow we are going to be, tomorrow 11 p.m. PST, we are going to be building Lego, a Kirby Lego, quote unquote, nano block thing. It's gonna be very fun. Ooh. Thank you for the nappy time story. Yay! You're welcome. I'm happy you guys enjoyed. I had a good time, even though my brain feels like it's absolutely. I still had a good time. I would say that it was slightly easier to read than the Brothers Grimm, but not by much. It was more like the way things were worded was like, huh? And then like other words that were used, they're like words that are no longer used in that way, or like the wrong spelling. So it's like, huh? Thank you. Ooh. we are going to raid into... Oh, I'm so bad at names. Chokiko? Chokiko? I hope that's how I pronounce their name. We're going to raid into Chokiko. They're currently doing some beautiful art right now. And they are a... Looks like they are a demon of sorts, or an oni. Mm. Beep. Mm-hmm. And thank you everyone again for hanging out with me today. I had a good time. It's not very often where you guys get to where we hang out with this chill vibes. Like, we always have chill vibes, but not like this, like soft voice, I guess. So, yay, you're welcome. I'm happy to aid in people falling asleep. You learned lots, dog. Kale, you've been going on for 10 hours. Oh my goodness. But thank you. You guys should go check out Kale too. They're pretty epic. But thank you everybody again so much for hanging out with me today. It's Boy Raid 1 for followers. It's Boy Raid 2. Wait. It's Boy Raid 1 for subbies. It's Boy Raid 2 for followers. Thank you again so much for hanging out with me today. I had a great time. It's been 10 hours, yes. And thank you so much again for the daily sub thing. I'll need to calculate the thing. I don't know how many. I'll do it later. My brain is fried as of right now. But go get some rest. Yes, everyone go get some rest. And thank you again. I appreciate you all, and I hope you all have a lovely rest of your night. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Oh, wait. I'm going to keep it here because my ending screen is very loud. So, bye-bye, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night and get some good eat. That might have been loud. Oh, well. Good night, everybody. We're going to go say hi. And this is someone new we're rating, so be on your best behavior. Bye-bye.